Yes, greetings, everybody. Greetings, everyone, and thank you for tuning in to another Real Radio Talk. Today, we are going to talk about the toxic parent, part two. If you missed part one, you can always go back to Real Radio Talk with Nig's YouTube channel if you want to catch part one. But today, we're going to do part two, and we have a few guest speakers that's going to talk about their personal experiences, their observation, and their opinions on the toxic parent. So right now what I'm doing is I am waiting for the guest speakers to come. They said that they're running a little bit behind, but they'll be on their way soon. So in the meantime, just hold tight and we'll get started with the program. I'll see if I can play some music. See what they have here for the StreamYard to share. All right, what was it? Willie Will. Oh, this computer, I'm so tired of this laptop. I'm telling you. What is going on with my laptop today? 217 872 217. I don't know why the laptop is shut down like that. That's crazy. Let me see something. I'll put you right here for a minute. These laptops are not behaving today. Now this one just logged off. Will, how you doing, Will? Can you hear me, Will? Can you hear me? All right, let me plug in this other laptop.
Can you hear me well? Can you hear me well? I think your mic is off.
Okay. Sliding that way, brother.
Okay, I can hear you now. Very good
Oh wow,
now.
wow, that's funny. You can hear me now. Now that I'm getting to like 20% of battery, and I gotta get in the crib, and I gotta switch the device. So now you can hear me. That makes all the sense in the world. Isn't that perfect?
You know that always happens. You
Man,
know that always happens.
because it was looking like it was going
So
low.
I'm right.
So now
Oh, your battery was dying.
it's gonna die. I gotta get in. So now I'm gonna switch the
Okay.
device. I'm just hoping it's not too loud up in this house because they're always loud.
Maybe if you go back outside, it might be better. Because I had just plugged in
Yeah.
the I just plugged in the speaker, so I was assuming maybe that was one of the reasons why you couldn't hear me. Or I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, you just couldn't hear me. I could hear you. I heard
Oh,
that little song that kept going on over and over again.
right. So you didn't hear from
No, I just heard from him. He had something happened, family stuff with him. So he's dealing with that right now. I'm just hoping everything
okay, no
turns out all
problem.
right. You know.
Right. Okay.
Oh, I have to switch devices in a second. Oh shit! And of course, that shit busted. Good job.
What happened?
Dropped something. Had some soup.
Oh. So is my audio clear?
Only had one casualty.
And what was the
And I could save
casualty?
the other one. The soups. When the soups busted. Nope.
Yeah, what was the
Yep.
casualty?
I just said the soups just fell. Both of them. Yep, both of them busted. So,
Oh, you had
um, I mean, I could. I put them. I'm just dripping. So, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to save it. Still in the bag. It's dripping, but if I move fast enough,
what kind
I can
what kind of
save it.
soup you had?
There's two of them: tomato soup and like a kale soup.
Oh, okay. You got it from a vegan or vegetarian spot?
Nope. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna be slick with it. I'm not gonna bring it in. I'm gonna bring the pot out instead of going in with it. I'm gonna bring the pot out.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you cooked it yourself?
No. Shit, what was in this? It's just water? All right, I'm going to get rid of this water.
How you been? You good?
Man, I got to try to see if I can save these soups real quick. Can you hold this,
Okay.
please?
Let's see if I could.
Got right at the damn door, too. That's the worst part. Got right to the damn
So
door,
what?
didn't drop my shit.
You didn't have it in a bag or something secured?
I just told you I just had it in the bag.
But I'm saying, how it fell out your hand into out the bag? I guess you was rushing, right?
I just told you I dropped it, right? Shit. So that should work. Hopefully.
Okay.
And then I just take all the solids out and drop them in the freaking thing. So I guess I'm combining these soups today.
You probably was gonna do that anyway, right?
Nope. I definitely wasn't.
Oh, okay. All right.
But instead of making a mess in the house, you know what I'm saying? Do it out in the hallway where I drop the shit.
Right.
And there's no solids in there now. So,
Yeah, so
whatever.
I'm waiting for 2 more people to come. Look like David is here. He's
Shit.
up there cooking dinner while we're waiting on him to come on the podcast.
If my phone dies, I just come back on my other device.
Are you gonna go on your laptop? What number did I use? I don't even remember the number. This one? No, I just did 3. It had to be 8. No, that one.
Oh shit. How you doing, sis? I'll leave the door open for you.
Oh, you sound like you being nice today, Mr. Will.
I said left it for you. Left it open for you. All right. So I ain't make too big of a mess. Thank goodness.
Where you dropping your food?
Man. Where's the top for this? This is a really smart place to put this, knowing that y'all knock stuff over all the time. Thank you. I got to take this bag off. Well, I'm on a live.
Yeah, I'm still trying to get two more. Well, David is in. I just got to add him onto the stream, but I'm trying to fix my logo thing. I don't want that one. All right, maybe I can use that one. I'll leave that there, but it's supposed to be for this one. I don't know what's happening with my internet today. It just seems like it's extremely slow. Acting like really weird. Really weird, really weird.
I gotta wash my hands. Oh hell, I feel it in here. Oh.
Everything is loading slow. Oh, I just gotta be patient, I guess. All right, let's see what I think it's this one. How's the weather looking over there for you, Will?
A little cooler than it usually is.
It's
And it rained
cooler.
today. Yeah, it's a little, and it rained today, and the forecast did not call for rain.
That was the hard.
Okay, can you hear us, David?
Summer shower.
Yes, I can hear. Can you hear me?
Stay on this one.
Yeah, yeah, I can hear you.
Uh,
All right, if I can
I don't know
plug in, I'll
what's
be
going
all
on.
right.
Okay, I don't know what's happening with the internet on my side. This thing is extremely slow. Extremely slow. It's so slow. It ain't even funny. I'm gonna do this one. Okay. One more person is supposed to be coming. So I don't know if I'll wait for Will to plug up his device. Oh boy.
Mm. I'm debating on whether or not I should switch over or just plug in, because since it's already working, I don't want to mess it up. It
Is
finally
it
started
charged?
working.
Is it charged?
Not charged yet,
Okay.
but I'm gonna switch the thing that I have it plugged into in a second, because
Okay.
one of them charges faster and the other one slower. So for now, got it plugged into the slower joint,
Mm-hmm.
but to plug it into the faster one. So, all right, let's go.
And I will. And don't be saying that I ain't paying attention. You hear me?
Uh-huh.
Will was like, she's on her phone, she's not listening to you. Even though that wasn't true.
All right. Let's see how quick that thing starts charging up.
Okay.
There you go. So now,
Right. So you met David the first time, right? Will?
yep.
You did, right?
Peace.
Peace.
Yeah, David lives in Texas.
Did what?
No, I was telling him that you live in Texas.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
But he's from Detroit though, so it's not really
Oh,
Texas,
from
but
the
he's
D, yeah, I got family.
Awesome.
huh?
No. When you live somewhere for a long time, it becomes your second home. It's like I love New Orleans. I lived there for a year. I love New Orleans. You know what I'm saying?
I hear a lot of people say that. It's something about New Orleans and Haiti that I got like a special love for. Will, I don't know what it is. It's just something
Oh,
when you said New
you been to
Orleans.
Haiti, huh?
Yeah, I got a lot of Haitian friends and
Uh,
stuff, and I like their cuisines. They got some good dishes and things that you could make in vegan styles or vegetarian style. Not necessarily their meat dishes, but they have some good recipes and things.
uh-huh.
And just that whole Haitian
Things you
history.
can substitute.
Yeah, exactly. But when you said New Orleans,
Oh
yeah,
yeah, like
I was just like, yeah, New Orleans, it got like they got a different vibe. There's an African presence there. If you tuned in, you can see it.
yep, they had the Maroons there. One of the brothers that was training me in martial arts was teaching about the Maroons, and then
Over.
they was getting rid of them. Oh yeah, they was getting rid of them. Them pinkies was getting done. They was getting done. They was getting done in the swamps. They was like, listen, we ain't going in those swamps. We ain't gonna make it out.
So you do martial arts, Will?
Yep. Since I was like maybe 7 years old.
Oh, the next guest that's gonna come on, he does capoeira.
Oh, Capoeira.
Yes.
Capoeira.
Awesome.
Capoeira. Capoeira is
You
like that.
probably already
That's definitely African.
you never lied.
Yeah,
They
they
was
use the
using capoeira
tones.
during the Haitian Revolution.
Hmm.
And they was also using capoeira during the Haitian Revolution.
And
But you probably friends with him on Facebook, Ashanti Farmer or Ashanti Selassie. He does the capoeira vibes. You think you friends with him on Facebook?
I don't know. I got so
So
many daggone people that people on my friends list that I just don't even talk. You know what I'm saying? So, and then
yeah, that's
I
what I'm
stay
saying.
on the
Let me tell you something.
I stay on the
Right.
I stay on the
Let me
punish
tell you.
list. I stay. So I'll be at the bottom of the feed. So if you don't make it to the bottom of the feed, you ain't gonna see nothing of mine.
Let me tell you something, Will. As much as I be commenting on Facebook, I'll post memes, I'll post affirmations, whatever. I've been doing that for months now. I have never got so much response than the response that I'm getting when I'm talking about the slave mentality of the Bible. Once I started posting that, I got all this attraction on my wall.
Oh yeah, you definitely know that.
Before that, well, it was like a ghost town, which was fine. You know what I'm saying? Because the right people will see it and that's all good. But I'm just saying, I'm just showing you that the moment I started tapping into their comfort zone, then here they come. Well, where you at any other time on the post when I'm posting positive stuff and blah, blah, blah. But as soon as I start talking
They
negative
do.
about their comfort zone, then all of a sudden they got a problem with it.
Man, I got put in Facebook jail for 30 days for saying Christians are some of the worst people I ever met. Worst kind of people I ever met. And it's just the truth. You know what I'm saying? They talk all this shit about each other. You know what I'm saying? They be having a
Exactly.
building fund, don't never build nothing. How you have a building fund but ain't no building after all
Exactly.
this time? But you know, Pastor got a new Cadillac though.
You know it.
That you better give Pimp Daddy Pastor his 10%. I mean,
Exactly.
yeah, it was funny as hell. My cousin, my favorite cousin, used to go to this church, and it's like I'm like, yo, watch what happens today. You're gonna have a clean shaven person talk about, you know what I'm saying, the Old Testament, you know what I'm saying, because you know there's no shaving in the Old Testament, and then talk about let's get some pork chops. I guarantee it. And then that's exactly what happened. Dude came out, his face was shaved, talk about something. I love my pork chops and all. I'm like, yo, and I'm looking at her. She ain't trying to look back at me because I'm looking her dead in the face too. Like, didn't I say that this was gonna happen? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Because in the Old Testament, it talks about not shaving your face at all.
True.
Don't talk about nothing in the Old Testament, and you going it like, yo, it's so hypocritical. And reason why I can't mess with the Bible is like, yo, they have rules in there of how you can rape a woman. How?
Oh, of
Like,
course.
if you capture
Of
her
course.
in war, you can shave her head and wait for a certain amount of days for her to mourn her people that you just killed, and then you can go rape her. And if you don't like it, you can go and sell her,
Mm-hmm.
and you don't
Mm-hmm.
have to marry her at all. You don't.
Oh, of
And then
course not.
there's a law if you do take it, a male rapes a freaking woman, well that's gonna sorry my fault, a girl, but that's gonna mess up your algorithm. They don't like that word, so they'll flag you for saying that word. I mean, but it's sanctioned if you do. You have a certain amount of whatever you're supposed to do after you do that, and then you're supposed to be able to, you know, marry her after a certain amount of time after you do that. And if you don't like it, you can sell her like she's a piece of property. I'm good. I ain't mess with that Bible.
Mhm. Exactly. Exactly.
Right? It justifies
Exactly.
way too much stuff.
Slave, obey your master.
Oh,
Okay,
that's right.
telling the slave to obey their master. Then you got dummies talking about that's not what it meant. It meant servant. No, it meant just what it said. Now, if one Bible says
Exactly.
servant and another Bible says slave, then that shows you the contradiction right there. Slave, servant, whatever
Hmm.
you want to call it.
Hmm.
What is the difference? But they just try to justify it so bad that they'll say it didn't say slave, it said servant. Okay, so that makes it better now. These people
Oh,
are
for real.
mentally sick, spiritually sick.
No, that's the number one reason for mass murder in the world. They call it war, but what it really is mass murder. You know what I'm saying? You'll go and you'll murder citizens because you got beef with the government. I mean, come on now. You got beef with the government, then deal with them. I mean, but that, like my mother would say, that sounds too much like the right thing to do. So why take it out on the people who actually did the bullshit and just punish the people who ain't had shit to do with it? Pick the soft target. Yeah, I don't. It's a bunch of cowardice in that shit.
Exactly. And a bunch of narcissists in it. You know what I'm saying? And all black people do is pick up that Bible and start behaving like narcissists or patriarch. Or start
Oh yeah,
acting like,
patriarchy fucked us up. Yeah, patriarchy
mm-hmm,
fucked us up. I mean, we had it straight. You know what I'm saying? We had it straight. Patriarchy was not fucking feminism. Feminism is nothing like matriarchy. You know what I'm saying? It's just what feminism is basically just patriarchy with a vagina on top. And that they keep claiming that, oh, they just want equal pay. No, no, you want more than just equal pay. Cause they be sounding stupid as shit. Don't open the door for me. I'm not helpless. Okay, cool. Well, it's not about you being helpless. It's about helping you. You know what I'm saying, to get to your destination. Like, you know what I'm saying, a little bit quicker because I might be a little bit stronger than you. So I'm gonna you take advantage of my strength, and you can go. I'm not calling you weak. I'm just saying I'm using my strength so that you can go.
Exactly. Exactly.
You know,
Exactly.
I'm waiting on one of them days where someone sits there and says something about, well, I could have got the door. I'm like, okay, so back up, right, and let me close the door. Now you can get it, and I can watch you struggle with it.
Exactly.
You
And then
know,
you really start seeing that the people that's on your friend list, you really start seeing where their head is at, where their meditation is at. And a lot of them, they shouldn't even be on my friend list. I don't even understand how they got on my friend list. I don't understand it. How they got
man, for
there.
me,
When we on two different mindsets. And I don't
for
hear
me,
from them
it's
fools, Will. I don't hear nothing from them fools until I started going in on the lies and contradictions of the Bible. Now here they come crawling out of their caves, okay, with their emotions on their back, with their gaslighting bullshit.
I'm surprised this one people are sharing it a lot. But I said today, and some people like, I'm not one of those that be bashing sisters when they don't, like, you know, saying don't have that self love for themselves. But I will say something to the effect of like this one, like people have been sharing it. It was like it says, sis, that flat yellow, stringy, piss yellow fur on your beautiful black head looks stupid. Please return natural. And people been,
Oh wow.
I'm
Yeah,
surprised.
but you can say things harsh too.
Man, it's like I'm not saying it like you. I'm not one of these dudes that be like, "Oh, hair hat." That it like, come on now. I mean, it does look stupid. It does, but that ain't gonna get her to love herself by calling her a hair hat.
True.
You know what I'm saying? Tell her that she's beautiful without that shit. That's what you need to do. You know what I'm saying? And they sit there like, "Oh, I don't do it for men." Okay, then, so you do it for women then. All right, that's your preference. You know, whatever. I don't
My
care.
God.
I'm just saying. Me, like if you want to sit
You
there and
actually
mark it
said
in
that?
the, no, I'm saying like some of these sisters sit there like, oh, we don't care if you don't like makeup. We don't do it for men. Oh, word, you don't? Okay, cool. Then, but then, I mean, what is it? Like, what is it? 42 different. But I forget how many genders they're saying there are now. So you ain't doing it for men. You're doing it for everybody else but men. I get it. I know. You do it
Right,
because it
right.
makes you
The
feel good.
alphabet.
It makes
Yeah,
you
the
feel good.
alphabet crew, the
So,
LBQ.
mhm, man, for me, it's like
The
whatever. I don't care.
LBGQ 1, 2, 3, 4.
Mhm. Like, like I said,
Yeah,
for
the
me, it's like it
LBGQ
doesn't
one, two,
matter.
three, four.
Hmm. So, like I said, never, I don't care what people do in their own personal time in their bedroom. It don't matter to me. I don't give a fuck. So who cares?
Sure
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like I don't be running around all day, be like, hey, everybody, you know what I like? Women. That's right, women. Just love me some women. I don't have to tell you that all day. Like shit, it's just, you know what I'm saying. And then they want to sit there and use words like heteronormative and cisgendered. Like, yo, I feel like you disrespecting me because I ain't nobody cis.
No, that's
Call
right.
me bro. You can call me bro,
now.
not no cis.
so, so
I
who's
know it's spelled
who's
differently.
calling
I'm
you
just being an
sis?
asshole. No, no, it's
Well, who's
CIS.
calling
All
you a
right, so
sis?
no, listen. The term is CIS.
Yeah,
CIS meaning you are the gender that you were born and you identify as that. So it's like, okay, so I was born with, certain body parts and that's what I am. I was born a male. now that I'm grown, I'm a man. That's what I am. I don't care if you were born with your organs on the outside. You are a boy. But I feel like no, 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 no. See, now there are some people. There are some people who are born with like intermediary things, and that something happened in the womb, and they
Yeah,
got turned around, and
the red.
the yeah. But it's like when you're actually forcing chemicals, you're eating chemicals in order to change your appearance, your physical appearance. It's that's
Right.
chemical.
That's
You're
that's the
creating that.
problem. Yeah, exactly.
And mind
Exactly.
you, I know somebody who
One second.
grows.
I hear you.
Oh,
Go ahead.
I know
I
somebody
hear
that
you.
grows just as much facial hair as I do, and they don't take no pills because they have a hormonal imbalance, and that's what that is. It's a hormonal imbalance. That's what it is. Look at all the stuff they pumping in the air. Look what's in the food. Look what's in the water. That's not natural. So let's call it what it is. It's a result of chemical imbalance. So now
Exactly.
you can't just make up things that's like, oh, listen, it's a divorce from nature is why this stuff is happening. Let's blame the culprit. It's not them. It's not their fault. That's why I'm not gonna be mad at nobody because they, you know what I'm saying, because something happened. It's like being mad at someone who needs a wheelchair. You know,
Right. Right.
it's not their fault. Like I'm gonna run around. I hate people in wheelchairs. I'm gonna kick them. You know what I'm saying? Because they
Right.
can't walk like me. No, no, that's stupid. Come on now. But let's call things
Right.
what they are. I'm not trying to hurt nobody that's in that, you know what I'm saying, in that messed up situation. And the real deal is it's really fucked up that some people in their families, they'll end up homeless out in the street because people don't understand them. And it's like, yo, take people as they are. If that's what it is, then it's like, yo, just recognize that's what that is. And that's it. And for me, it's just like, okay, we're just not gonna have you doing all this shit around my children, all right? All right, do that over there, not around these young ones, because we don't want them confused, you know.
Right. Right.
And even the ones who are actively practicing their lifestyle, it's like, hey, yo, that's good for you. Just don't do it in front of the little ones. Just like I ain't gonna be grabbing my girl by her whole behind and doing all this other stuff that I'm gonna do that we do supposed to be doing privately. You don't do that publicly. You know what I'm saying?
That's that's
And
true.
it's like, yo, it's your business. Keep your business to yourself. You
Right.
know?
It's just like, like when you saying, you can't be mad at a person because they in the wheelchair, and that's true. Because that's just like being mad at a retarded person for being retarded. You know what I mean?
Yep. Yeah.
Although it's a lot of
Yeah.
them
There was
walking
this kid
around
when I went to
here.
DYS. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
DYS and DYS were picking on a kid that was special. The kid did something
Hmm.
to him here with me, and a little snitched on me for threatening him, you know, and nobody heard it. But they talked about extending me for 6 months for something that happened 6 months ago. I'm like, hold up. I one incident 6 months ago, but you're gonna hold me back for another 6 for something that happened 6 months ago. So you're saying nothing happened in between those 6 months because it happened. You're gonna hold me back. Nah, you know what I do.
Wait, say that again. You was breaking up a little bit. This connection is crappy tonight.
Actions doing something, trust me to do so. Soon, even though I'm in it right now, so it should be going a lot better.
Okay, it's better now. What's happening, Shanti Selassie? What's going on?
Everything good. You crazy?
look like you over there planting seeds,
You said look like what?
huh?
Look like what? What you say?
I said it looked like you over there planting seeds.
It looked like you over there planting seeds.
No. I'm building this.
Oh,
I need to plant seeds, but no, I'm building up this right now. What's this?
hmm, right.
Getting choppy.
Huh?
What you say?
This connection is crazy. It's crazy. Goodness,
You ain't never lied. You have never lied about
this
this
joint is
connection right
ridiculous.
now. I'm like,
Choppy.
this thing is like,
Horrible.
Goodness
mm,
gracious! I heard everybody say
It
something.
is.
I
It's
didn't hear what he say
choppy.
though.
It's choppy as shit.
Yeah, I'm like, what the hell going on? God damn. I don't know. Like, what is this? It's like a dollar connection. It ain't like that no 5G, not 4G or 5G, like dollar. You
it
know what I'm
sounds a
saying?
little
Took it
better
back.
now.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
It sounds.
man.
So I guess
Okay.
we could get into. I guess we could get into the topic of tonight. Definitely tomorrow for anybody that's trolling or anybody that's listening. If you would
You said
like to,
trolling.
but yeah, because you know you get them busy trolls. They be right there. So anyhow, tomorrow we're going to talk about that Sankofa effect. All right, that slave mentality that you have inhabited within your DNA through that King James Version Bible. I don't care how enlightened, I don't care how enlightened and conscious you say you may be or you want to be. If you're still sucked up in that, you're not. You're just not. You can't be. There's no way you using that as a guide to guide you, knowing the discrepancies, the lies, and the contradictions that's in it. There's no way you can find inspiration in something like that. One side is speaking good and another side is speaking bad. You can just see all the contradictions in it. And if you're a lot of them ain't even reading the Bible, they're just following. So I already saw that on the post these past couple of days. They're not even reading it, they're just being follow. However, that's going to be the topic tomorrow. But right now, we're talking about the toxic parent. And this is part 2. So, as I said in the beginning of the podcast, if you want to catch part 1, you need to go to Real Radio Talk on YouTube channel and you can get the part 1 conversation. But tonight is going to be part 2. And we're going to be speaking from the same perspectives, but, adding on to what we spoke about in part 1. And I think David had something he wanted to share about the toxic parent. Some of y'all could relate to it, some of you don't. Some of you may have grown up with a good house, good mother, good father. Kudos to you. But 90% of the black households, they're dealing with toxic narcissist parents, whether it's consciously or unconsciously. Because I had a toxic mother, but she was only like that because she had a bully mother. My grandmother was a bully. And because my mom didn't, I guess, want to tell her no, or she was trying to be this perfect daughter or this obedient daughter, she allowed her to manipulate her. And it caused a lot of damage in the long run in her life that I know she regret, but that's just it is what it is. So either you have a toxic, a narcissist parent, a bully parent, you know what I'm saying, a non-caring parent. We all have experienced that somehow. I've even heard situations where one thought that his mother was his sister. So
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
the whole time, David,
Yeah.
he was talking to his mom on the phone, but he thought that was his sister until he turned to a certain age. Then all of a sudden it comes out, yeah, that's your mother. So how did she feel as a woman playing along with that lie? Like not one time did you feel to tell him, I'm not your sister, I'm your mother. Like, come on now. And this goes on a lot in black households. You understand what I'm saying? Grandma will raise the child and the child and the mother thinking they sisters. Or the child and the son is thinking they father and son. you know, I mean, brother, and they thinking they're brothers. I mean,
Yeah, yeah.
you know what I'm saying? This is pure madness. And black people have a habit of thinking that you're saving or you're preventing or you're saving them from a hurt by doing that, and you're not.
You're actually causing more hurt because when they find out, they're gonna go back over all their memories and realize that you didn't love me like you say you did. And that's what it's just gonna.
Hmm.
There's a difference between sibling love and parental love. And when you feel like you're not
Wait,
getting
say that last part.
the difference
Part.
between parental love and sibling. So I mean, bonds are strong in both, but it should be stronger with parent. So if the parent off on her parent and her parent raises you, it's you feel like you missed something. I mean, you love that person that raised you, but it's hard. It's hard when you realize that the mother coming around and the mother was supposedly this, but was actually this. And it just hurts. That hurt.
So what I was saying to David before y'all two got dropped off, that I've heard situations where a person thought that their mother was their sister. All right. Well, for about 18, 19 years, he thought his mother was his sister. So I guess whenever she would call, they may have a little words on the telephone, but he's thinking he's talking to his sister, Ashanti. He don't find out that he 18, 19, that his sister has been his mother. So what kind of mother are you, knowing that you're not his sister and you're his mother, and you're going along with this foolishness? So now you think that he's gonna respect women? How do you think his view of women is gonna be? When the very woman that brought him on this planet tricked him and basically neglected him. Yeah, you got grandma and grandpa that's there that raised you well, but it's nothing like your mother and it's nothing like your father. Because my mother raised her brother's granddaughter. All right. I spoke about this a little bit on part one. And my mother and my grandmother had her thinking that my mother was her real mother and I was her sister. But then as she was growing up, she started realizing, like, she can't be my sister. We don't even have a bond like that. We don't even look alike. I don't even look like my mother that's supposed to be my mother. I don't even look like and then my mom first husband at the time was supposed to be her father. She don't look like the father. She don't look like my mother. She don't look like me, but I'm her sister and my mother's her mother. And that man, Joseph, is her father. So what she did, Will, was one day she went into the photo album, understand? And she started going through the photo albums like when I was younger and as I'm from younger growing up. And she don't see her nowhere there. You know what I'm saying? She don't see her in that picture. And she's realizing, like, she's not my sister and this is not my mother. So she stepped to my mother and my grandmother about it. And yes, they told her the truth. And it went downhill for her from that moment on. I promise you. To this day, right now, she don't give a damn about my mother. My mother raised her from 4 months old, Ashanti. She don't give a damn about my mother. Okay? Could care less. She kicking rocks right now. That's how much she could care about my mother. So sometimes when you do stuff like that, it backfire on you in the worst way. Even though that's not an excuse for her to disregard my mother, but I'm just looking at it from her point of view. Like, you was never my mother anyway. And whatever you going through in your current life, that's not my problem because I'm not your daughter. So her what was the second part I was going to say? Oh yeah, so her brother at one time ended up having to go live with my mother. And he happened to be born on my birthday, Ashanti. and we ain't nothing alike. I don't like the fact that he's born on my birthday, Will. I just don't. So one day, my mother told him he couldn't go nowhere. And you know, sometimes cancers want to do what they want to do. And he said, "You ain't my mother. You can't tell me what to do." And he got up in her face. He got up in her face. So my son got up in his face and threw him on the bed and said, "No, no, you can't just disrespect my grandmother like that. Come on now. You got to do better than that." And he arguing back and forth with my mother still. So these are the two children, the great niece and great nephew now, her brother's grandchildren that she raised will stand up in her face and say, "You ain't my mother. You can't tell me what to do." But he living in her house. So if she say you can't go outside, you can't go outside. Because if you leave, where you coming back to? And the sister, the daughter that my mom raised, the niece actually, or her daughter, whoever however we want to label her, like I said, they both could care less about my mother right now. They don't go see her, and when they do, they only trying to see how long she got to live because they think there's some life insurance for them. You see the toxic shit that goes on from my grandmother forcing that on my mother, and then now the one she raised, they can care less about my mother. But you couldn't tell my mother nothing because she was doing it from the kindness of her heart. She was trying to be a loyal daughter to her mother. She was trying to be a good daughter. That's why I kind of like forgave her for dissing me and my children and my grandchildren at one point, because I get it. You know, I get what's happening. But what I'm saying is when the cousin found out that me and her wasn't sisters, she went to the photo album, Shanti. She said, "I'm gonna find out who my mother is." She went to the photo albums and she saw she ain't nowhere in me and my mother's life, but how that's my mother. So you raising these children, telling them that you're their parent and you're really not. Won't you just be honest from the top? Because that causes trauma in their life. Now she's looking for her mother, and when she found who her mother was, she found out her mother's a crackhead. So that's a double whammy. I found out who my real mother is, but she happens to be a crackhead, and she don't want nothing to do with me. So yeah, them toxic parents is real. And I mean, don't get me wrong, you know, I don't like neither one of them, to be honest with you, because I don't like how they deal with my mother. But I have sympathy of why they behave the way they behave. You understand what I'm saying? I have sympathy. I understand that. I get that. You know, I can't be in denial over that and just totally not like them. I understand what the situation is, but at the end of the day, you got to have some morals within yourself to say, you know what, this lady did put her children aside and her grand and great grand aside to raise me. At least I can have some respect and go check up on her, make sure she's all right, make sure she's not in harm's way. Because Shanti, I've been telling you since 2019 how they was dissing my mother, from her husband to them great niece and nephew. Remember, I was in New York and we was talking. I was at my cousin's house and I was telling you how I went to my mom and I didn't like the condition I saw her in.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you just
That
saying,
sounds like
yeah,
some
you don't
shit.
remember.
No, man. Come on now, the memory there or whatever. But like when it comes to the family kind of things, whatever, man. Like I'm definitely remember things that go on that people tell me, whatever. It's just to know the condition of the black family in general is just crazy. You know what I'm saying? Whatever, because it's like pretty much when it comes to our redemption goals, we need to accomplish all those things, man. It's like pretty much we got all the answers for it among us, but we don't see it as that. We look outside ourselves, you know what I'm saying, for so much, and it's like pretty much the things that we need is within the black family. It's there, you know what I'm saying, whatever. But we just been taught to um uh undervalue it, you know what I'm saying? So
Right.
yeah, I remember that
So
foolishness though.
wait a minute, Will, you said you can only hear me on YouTube. Sorry for a minute, Shanti. Will, you can't hear me because your mic is off.
No, that ain't got nothing to do with hearing. He should be able to hear you still if his mic off though.
No,
You can't hear it as long as it ain't
it
muted the
says I
audio.
can't unmute him because he's saying he only can hear me on the YouTube. He should be able to hear me through here too. Oh, he's saying it's jumpy on the stream, y'all.
Nah, I
He's saying he only can hear me on the YouTube. He should be able to hear me through here too.
What's the delay?
so
Oh, he's saying it's jumpy on the stream, y'all.
nah, I
He was saying he only can hear me on the YouTube.
hold on 1 second. I gotta turn this down. So when I can only hear on YouTube. So when I turn on the volume, you can hear it replaying. It's crazy. I don't know because now I can't hear nobody at all unless I turn on over here. So what I'm gonna have to do is just put my headphone on one side. I can't hear nobody at all unless I turn on over here.
So try to log off and come back in. Maybe that'll work. You want to try and come off and come back in? Yeah, this internet is really
StreamYard.
out tonight. Yeah, StreamYard bugging out harshly tonight. They better not ask me for a survey because they ain't gonna like my survey.
I know that's right.
Like, come on now. You charging me something a month. I'm supposed to have good reception at least. But I think what's happening is it's probably a lot of people on StreamYard at the same time. You know, from probably different parts of the world or whatever.
I can see that. That's possible.
Because he said he can hear me good on the YouTube, but it's jumpy through here. All right, let me keep it open so I'll be able to bring him back in. Yeah, so that toxic parent situation, I know that all too well. Trust me, I know that all too well.
Yeah.
I know it so well that my mom is out from it. She invested so much time, so much energy, and so much effort into the wrong children, to the wrong family members. My daughter called them karmics. She called them karmics, and they're not even. She's like, Mom, we're not even. Yeah, she calls them karmics, and she says, Mom, we're not really related to them. They're from a whole different side of a bloodline from us. Because and I see what she's talking about, because when you really look at it, David, that my mother's brother is her half brother. They have the same mother and different fathers. You understand me?
Yeah.
So they behave like their grandfather side. You know, like my mother's brother side. They behave like that side of the family, not my grandmother's side of the family. They behave like that. You know, they're just, to me, when I see them, I look at them as what you would call the parasites of the family. They favored them because they were light-skinned. Will you understand what I'm saying? So my family had this thing with the light-skinned business, you know. So because they're light-skinned, they got this special treatment. They got, you know, spoiled and turned them into pure brats, and then they spoiled them so much that they turned rotten. You understand me? They turned rotten. They turned so rotten. They turned so rotten, David, that one day my daughter told me they were up in Port St. Lucie when my grandparents bought a house a few years ago before my grandmother passed away. All right. My grandmother's sitting on the couch like how I'm sitting on the couch. Here go the cancer cousin that's born on my birthday, Shanti. He just takes the pillow, act like this phone is the pillow, and he goes like this to my grandmother. Boom! Just hits her in the head with it. Yeah. He clumps her up in the head with it a few times. And my mom, you know, had to go off on him and tell him to stop. But that's just how much respect they had for her. She got them out of a Mary Kay. She got them up out of the foster home, well, because I tell you, the mother was on crack. She didn't care about them. So my mom had to take the girl. My grandmother took the boy. And now as they grew them up to be spoiled brats because they was light-skinned. That's why my daughter
I said,
That's why my daughter.
I'm
That's
laughing
why my
good, but
daughter
I'm
called
like,
them
where
karmic.
you said it?
I'm telling you what it is, Shanti. I have to be honest. That's why my daughter calls them karmics.
Yo, that's a whole nother animal that's a whole nother animal to dissect.
Well, he took the pillow, and my daughter said and was bashing him in the head. I'm about to call my daughter now and put her on speaker because she was there. She could tell you better than me. She might be on the live stream herself. I don't know. She might not answer. But when she told me that, Shanti, I was so mad. I wanted to get in my car and drive 2 hours to Port St. Lucie and throw him in that pool. That's just how mad I was. I couldn't believe that he would even have a heart to pick up a pillow and be busting your grandmother, your great grandmother at that. That's his great grandmother. That's my grandmother. That's his great grandmother. And hitting her in the head with the pillow, like how he would play around with his friends or something, stealing her money. Let me tell you something. That boy, he used to watch when my grandmother put the church money because she was responsible to hold the church money because my grandmother and the pastor were close. So they trusted my grandmother with money because she is good with managing money. You know what I mean? So they trusted her with money, right, David?
Yeah.
Do you know that he was playing his video game one day and my grandmother hid the church money in the room he was in and put it in the closet? And he looked like he wasn't paying attention, but he was. And every time she would put that stash in there, he would take it out, give it to the neighborhood friends, put some in the
What?
sewer, he said. Put some of
What?
it in the sewer. I can keep going on with y'all. I can keep.
The sewer, man.
Amani, Amani, tell Shauna to answer the phone. She gotta tell me something real quick, okay?
Right.
Oh, okay. Shauna, remember you told me when you was at Big Mama house in Port St. Lucie and y'all was sitting in the living room and Jaquan took the pillow and was busting Big Mama in the head. Okay, tell them about it, Shauna. Please tell them what happened. Tell them. Wait, talk a little louder. Talk a little louder, Shauna, because it's kind of hard for them to hear. StreamYard acting crazy tonight.
Okay, okay. No, I can't remember my age, maybe like 9, 10. But my crazy cousin was messing with my grandma. He was trolling her. And he finds different ways to troll her. But one specific way he decided to troll her was to grab a couch pillow and to clock her over the head with it. And it really pissed her off. Like she grabbed the spatula and she was gonna hit him with it. She was really mad. She just was not happy about it. And everyone in the house did tell him that wasn't good, but he thought it was funny.
He was laughing.
Yes, he was laughing.
They had no respect for her, him and Shaquana. Tell the truth.
No, they didn't. I don't really think that he cared. He just didn't do it anymore because he was told that that's not right.
See?
But he did do that.
Remember how he used to steal the church money, Shauna?
Yeah, I remember he told me that he used to steal the church money.
He took the church money, David, and gave it to the neighborhood friends and put some of the church money in the sewer.
Wow.
Went to the store, bought a whole bunch of junk food and da-da-da-da-da-da. And he did that on several occasions. He did it so much, Will, that if my mother didn't come and get him, she was going to kill him. My grandma was like, get him out of here. He got to go. He was like a demon on her. So my mom ended up having both of them now, Will. And that was around the time when I was telling you he got up in my mama face. Now he want to bust her up now. Remember with Taiwan? Remember that? Wasn't you at Ganny house, Shauna, when he jumped up in Ganny's face when she told him he couldn't go outside?
Yeah, he did. My brother had to knock him down.
Okay, tell him about what happened with that.
Well, it was some nonsense about he wanted to leave, and Annie was like, "You can't leave. You live here now. You can't just leave at any time." He was like, "Yeah, but you're my mama. I can do what I want." I don't know what he was trying to do. I mean, he just started living there like a few months ago. Like, I don't know what he had to do. But it was pretty late. I don't know the time, probably like 9 o'clock. And he was just like, "You're not my mother. You can't tell me what to do. I can do what I want." And my grandma, my sad, sick grandma now that has no one to help her, is holding my Jezebel cousin's baby while she's out doing whatever, and she's getting cursed out by her brother. And he got so so close. The baby was crying. I tried to grab the baby. My grandma was like, no, she's gonna hold the baby. And she should have been bonding like that with me, but whatever. And that's when
See?
my brother had to push him down on the bed because he said, you're not gonna put your hands on my grandma. Because he said he was gonna punch her or hit her, something like that.
See?
And that's when he said, you're not gonna put your hands on my grandma. And that's when he knocked him on the bed. I mean, Jaquan can't fight. Even though he was in the army, he can't fight. So that was.
See, that's why on my block we used to have to self-regulate because, I mean, like a couple of my people that I grew up with, they was crack babies. Like, you know what I'm saying? Real deal. They was
Yeah,
born with it in their
they
face
were
and
crack babies, Will. That's why I kind of have a little compassion because they were crack babies. They were. I forgot to add that
no,
part. They were crack babies. Yeah, she used to the
so
one my mom raised, the little girl. She would cry all night. I'm talking about all night. You would think the baby was smoking crack.
so real deal. Like, even into like their teenage years, they don't connect right in their head because like, don't saying the chemical messed them up in the womb. It's like, yo, we used to have to tell. Like, I used to go and get my boy's father. Like, yo, your son is acting a goddamn fool. Like, you know what I'm saying? Either you deal with him or we gonna deal with him. He used to be like, hey, yo, that's his mama over there. That's her shit. You better talk to her. I'm like, she can't control him. Come on now, what you want us to do? He's like, yeah, whatever you do, just don't kill him. It's like, you know what I'm saying? But I remember one time he punched his father in the face one day. Punched the shit out of him.
See, see, see.
Punched the shit out of his father because I would just keep it real. Like, he just, let's say he just ain't built like that. So punched his father in the face one day. And he came to get us about
See
it.
that?
And I'm like, hey, yo, that's your son. Remember we asked you to do something about him? You wouldn't, yo, now he bigger. She bigger than me now. Now you want us to deal with him? We was telling you to deal with him when he was younger. Now look at him big now. You can't even do nothing with him, can you? You
Exactly.
know, that's what happens with neglect. With neglect, when you know these kids. My mom used to say some crazy shit to be like, oh, you lucky I may come in the house. Some people, you know, them kids out there don't nobody out there love them. That's why they out there acting a fool and doing whatever. Because don't nobody love them. I'm like, yeah, but that's that bullshit right there. You sit there and make it seem like that's oh yeah, it ain't as bad. Yeah, I do be fucking your shit up, but I don't fuck your shit up like that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know what I'm
But
saying?
it
Or
is
the
that bad.
comparison. But it is one of those things like, you know what I'm saying? It is true. Like, you got some of them kids out here that like never was dressed right. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They was literally left to fend for them fucking selves. And like that's what would have ended up happening if your moms didn't pick them up. And you think them freaking foster families care? They don't give a damn. They probably be touching them and all kind of shit. They come out with worse fucking stuff, worse to deal
That's
with
right.
because in that system they feed them to those types. They feed them to the predators. You know, you got people who know the system so well, they'll get one of these lonely, you know what I'm saying, unattractive or think that she unattractive sisters. They'd be like, yeah, go get some foster kids. And she'll know full
Mhm.
well what's going on. He don't even want her, but in order to try to keep him, she's bringing these people around. She's bringing the kids around for his ass. And it's like, you can't tell me that these people ain't getting these reports because I went to a special school where one of the girls one time she would act up before it was time to go home so she could stay after for detention. And she was like, I don't want to go home. They touching me there. And they're like, oh, she likes to make up stories. Who's gonna make up a story like that?
See what I'm saying? They won't even
Who's
investigate what she's talking about. You automatically say she's making that up. Why would she be
yeah,
making that up? And if you think she's making that up, then you need to prove her wrong. You need to prove that she's making that up.
Yeah, because if it was something else, they would check.
What'd you say?
mm,
If it was if it was something else, like if it was something like burning ganja, they'll investigate that.
I know.
Don't investigate serious about, but it was something like, oh, it's somebody smoking ganja in the house. They'll be like, they'll be sending the workers over there, you know.
But I told you about them. And Sean, didn't you say they were karmics? Parasite karmics. Like, how is it that you explained it? You was like, they're not really a part of our bloodline.
Our dad said, he said they're karmic. They're not a part of our bloodline, the spiritual bloodline. The bloodline that connects us spiritually. They're not connected with that. They're just karmics. Karmics that is either, they're here to teach us lessons or to teach the family a lesson, whatever. Sometimes these karmics get added into our bloodline because of whatever karmic lesson we need to learn or soul growth or whatever. But I feel like they was added in because of bad mingling, honestly.
Right.
I feel bad mingling. Those are my grandmother's karmics. My great grandmother karmics, I'm sorry. But she gave birth to my uncle, and he's a karmic. And he was straight from his dad's side, his dad bloodline. And he incarnated all these other karmics, which is the ones my mom was talking about.
The ones my mother raised.
Right.
She ended up raising a bunch of. Ended up raising a bunch of karmics, and then the.
In her life or part of her life, she wasn't supposed to do nothing for them anyway.
I know.
That was strictly for the Big Mama lesson or Riley's lesson. That was not Yanni's lesson.
But she took on the karma because she was trying to be a good daughter.
And she ended up learning nothing from it besides that I have to do me next time. And it's too late now. I told you Yanni did not fulfill her purpose because of that. That's the karma.
And remember what my mother husband said, Shauna, when he had asked the girl that my mom raised, Shanti, he had to work in the night, and he had her coming there to be there with my mom, right? And my mom she got her jewelry on. She have her rings and her bracelets and her necklace. She always wore her little jewelry. So she takes it off in the night, right, David? Shaquana took that jewelry, sold it, and went to Haiti with her lesbian girlfriend. Yeah.
Damn.
And then tried to make my mother think her husband stole the wedding ring and stuff. The husband was like, I bought the wedding ring. Why would I steal the wedding ring? I bought it. Even though I don't like her husband, I believe him. He was at work. She was there with my mother overnight. And then when my mom asked the cousin's little daughter where was her jewelry at, the little girl went like this with her head, pointing at her mother in the other room. She stole it. So it wasn't the husband. Her own daughter told on her. Like how my daughter telling y'all what happened, the own daughter told on her.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. I believe it. Shit. Because one of the worst things that used to happen all the time is that, like, you know what I'm saying? I grew up in the half-raised generation. I say half-raised because it's like we had.
Tell me about it.
I mean, we had parents. It's just that they was there half the time. You know what I'm saying? I was a latchkey
Thank
kid.
you.
You know what I'm saying? Sometimes I'm leaving out of the house after my mom done left for work, and I'm coming back before she gets home. So I'm literally getting myself up in the morning. I'm brushing my teeth. I'm getting myself dressed. You know what I'm saying? Doing everything I got to do, feeding myself before I go to school. And then when I come home, cook my noodles. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm not laughing, Will.
That's what it is. Like it is like what the things like you can't regulate when you ain't there. So it's like, oh, don't leave the house. Don't leave the house. You know what I'm saying? Until I give you permission to leave the house when I come home. And it's like, yeah, by the time you get home, I'll be out and in back in. So you won't even know that I left. Because, kids are smart. You know what I'm saying? We know.
Yeah, we know what to do when we trying to be sneaky. You right.
I remember one time I almost had a heart attack. I seen the car pull around the corner. I was like, shit, that's my mom. I better get back in the house. I gotta get in the house, lock the door, and it's a weird lock. You gotta hold the door a certain type of way and lock it. So
right.
Lock the door.
Right. Yeah.
Door, lock the door, run up the stairs.
That sounds like my back door.
Turn on TV and so sit there like try not to breathe hard when she come in the door. What was you doing? Watching TV. TV, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep, just watching TV.
And y'all just got it, and you just got in the house.
For real. It's like they know, but it's like, what
you gonna do about it? Like, come
She
on,
know,
like
but
I
she
said,
can't prove it.
exactly. I mean, because I'm gonna play the lawyer on you too. Like, did you see me outside?
Right, right, right. Did anybody tell you I was there?
For real. Man.
But you know,
I
like
remember one
even.
time I got in trouble because I was in the bathroom. I was literally in the bathroom, and she came in. The TV was on. Everything. Why the TV on? And I told you not to leave my TV on. Went downstairs to go to the bathroom.
Exactly. Yeah, they don't like when you leave the fan on and the TV on. If you got the refrigerator door open and you left it open to go get something out the cabinet, they go berserk. Okay, they go berserkers over that. Okay, berserkers. Or you got the
Man.
front door open and they got the air on or the heat on.
Well, let's not even talk about that one because I'm dealing with someone right now that don't understand to close the damn windows when we got AC on. So yeah.
Oh, please. And don't slam their car door. Oh my gosh. Don't slam their car door.
That's
Yeah, listen.
Huh?
You still need me here?
Why, you ready to go?
Well, no, I'm just if you have any more questions.
I'm trying to think. Was there anything else that happened when I wasn't there? Because y'all was there that weekend, remember? Or that week or whatever.
Not that I'm aware of. You know, I've always been a good child.
Listen to this. So what happened when I went to Ghana and y'all spent my $1,500?
I didn't spend that money. That was Taiwan.
When he was buying food and you was eating it.
Now, I'm sorry he did that, but I had nothing to do with that.
But wasn't y'all eating food with that money?
Yeah, but I wasn't eating out every day. I did go food shopping.
And he can't even tell what he did with that money. Oh, well, I hear you. I hear you crushing up your medicine. I know that's why you ready to go. I hear the grinder, David.
right.
So, do you need me anymore? Like, I don't know. Today I just been on like some super giggles. I went to the casino today, Shauna, with Mr. Stanley at the Gulfstream, and I couldn't stop laughing in there. Will, it's like people just didn't look. They looked too strange to me. I just couldn't stop laughing. They were just looking strange to me. I don't know if I had like 2 glasses of Merlot wine. I don't know if it was that, but after that, like half a glass got in me. Will, things just turned funny to me. Things just turned funny. But yeah, I think that's it, Shauna. I'll let you go. I know you want to chill out and stuff.
Okay. Love you.
Love you too. Peace.
Peace.
Oh, Shauna, I remember you said that you thought David was had glasses and was bald headed.
Yeah, I did.
Why you thought that, Shauna?
Yeah.
Why I thought that?
Will, my daughter was like, "Oh, David got dreads. I thought he had glasses and bald headed."
No, because he probably don't think that's funny. I don't mean it like that.
Oh, he laughing right now. He laughing right now. David got locks. David dreads down his back.
Yeah, I'm sorry, David. I truly am.
She said she's sorry, David. She truly is. All right, we'll talk later, Shauna.
Okay.
All right, love you.
Love you.
Yeah, I told you, Shanti. I told you, Will. I told you, David. That toxic family is all in my life. Okay? The toxic parent all in my life.
what's messed up is the fact that like we got that extended family that ain't really family. You know what I'm saying? And it's like we know them because like all right, so let's just call things what it is sometimes. We have people have codependencies like alcoholics and stuff like that. And it's like they ain't really family, but they over the house all the time because they drink with your family. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And you
And
start
because they
calling them
hang out
uncle and auntie.
exactly. And it's like that. Keep talking. I'm trying to tell my little cousin about that generational curse thing. That's why like I'm sober to this day. Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't drink. I don't smoke. Do none of that shit. But it's like that's a vice right there that got us fucked up. Like, you know what I'm saying? All the way fucked up. It's like there's fights that I heard happen because certain family member was drunk, and people did some stuff while inebriated, and it's like it created tensions between the family because even though them two might have made up after their freaking explosion and shit like that, the whole family remember what happened. So now they
Exactly.
still holding on to that. Now y'all done already
Right.
talked it out and figured it out between each other, but they're like, nah, I remember. Like, you know what I'm saying? And for
Right.
me, like the toxicity of my family is one of the shits that keep happening is like my mother is a fucking liar, and I'm gonna say that straight up and down. She's a goddamn liar. So what she does is she'll sit there and talk about the things I've been doing or supposedly had done. I gave the example of the times I wanted to go to Key West. I was in NJROTC. I was actually gonna gain a rank in the Navy when I enlisted because my plan was to go to Navy college, gain rank while I'm in Navy college. You know what I'm saying? And then when I enlist,
Okay.
I'm going to be an officer, a commissioned officer. That was the career path I was headed on. And initially, I didn't even want to go to the school that had the NJROTC in it, but I found something that I liked, so I was gonna do that. But it was like when it came time for the Key West trip to happen, she's telling my father, I've been acting up at school. I'm like, yo, I've been extra on my P's and Q's so I could go to this trip. What are you talking about? Like, you know what I'm
Right.
saying? I've been making sure. So why you lying?
Yeah.
You making up
Yeah,
shit.
they both face liars. I'm telling you, because my mom used to lie too. She used to be telling them lies too. She got that from
Like,
hanging around my grandmother all the time. Because my grandmother was a vicious liar. And then get mad when you start calling it out. Tell you to get out her house. And she tired of you. You know what I'm saying? Things like that.
what I find really stupid is that like they inherited like see I grandparents give a whole different face to their grandchildren they do to their own children. And that's just facts. You know what I'm saying? Grandparents are completely different people to their grandchildren. They terrorize their children, but to the grandchildren, they you know what I'm saying, they can do no wrong. And that was me. You know what I'm saying? My nana did all the bullshit to, you know what I'm saying, her children and that generation. But when I came along, I'm her chocolate chip. You know what I'm saying? So it's like they hold that resentment that I'm being treated.
You heard chocolate chip.
Hell yeah, that's right. It's like yo. So it's like, and speaking of that colorism, I heard that she didn't even like dark skinned people. You know what I'm saying? I came out
See?
this beautiful color. Actually, I darkened up, but anyway. So it's like,
The blacker the
so she
berry, the sweeter the juice.
real though. So I mean, it's like I'm hearing this from other people that she had a problem with dark skinned people, whatever. I don't know if it's true or not, but it's like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, but when I came around, and she let me know, un, no unfreaking what do you call uncertain terms that she's like, oh no, baby, you got that. No, no, that dark skin means you dominant. Know what that means, baby? You know what I'm saying? She used to tell. So wasn't no way that I ever come in the house crying, talk about some they making fun of me because I'm dark. After that one, you know what I'm saying? She let me know
That's
for
right.
sure, and it was like, and
But
to this day,
I thought they said that she didn't like dark skinned people. What happened?
like I said, change of heart when I came around. It's like, and that's the truth though too. It's like, yo, I can only imagine how it would be if you know what I'm saying, I had someone that treated me like shit Well, actually, I do have that. I got my mother who treats me like shit, but then she gives this preferential treatment to my cousins, who are mostly all light
It's
skinned.
not her children. It's not even her children.
It, you know what I'm saying? It's like, but when I talk to her, it sounds like I'm bothering her somehow. Like I'm bothering her. Like, get an audible sigh when I say something. Like, what the fuck's the attitude for? And then when I got to be a teenager and I started, like, I got on my real disrespectful shit, because after a while I'm like, I'm not even that bad. You know what I'm saying? Like, you trying to make it seem like I'm all this type of disrespectful. I'm gonna have to show you some disrespect for a little while, and then I'm gonna go back to how I normally am, and so to give you perspective on this shit, because I really ain't disrespectful. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
So, you know
right.
what I'm saying? I intentionally did it, and then I'm just like, you know what? You know, I just had to give you a taste of what it really is.
Right.
And then it's
Because I
like,
know the last time you were saying that you asked your mother why she signed you up to go to this college so far, and she said that's because she wanted to get you as far as away from her as she could. Are you sure you told you that?
mm-hmm. Yep, that was Westy, West Roxbury. I didn't even like Westy, like for real. And then I got into NJROTC.
Oh,
I
but
was
that was
thoroughly
closer.
enjoying
That-
that. I was that no, it wasn't closer at all. It was further away. It's further away. I wanted to go to Snowden, which had an international program, because you know, say I'm an advanced kid, so I was an advanced student, so I wanted to make sure that I was being challenged. And for real shit, it's like my grades were mainly all freaking honor roll except for, you know, behavior, because for me it's like, don't challenge me. You know what I'm saying? If I get a smart mouth teacher, I'm gonna ask them questions like, do you actually know this subject, or is that answer key in the back of that book your
right,
savior? Because I don't even think that you even know this subject well enough to even be teaching it. You have an answer key in the back of it that gives you all the answers, and you're a textbook teacher. You know what I'm saying? Like, you
yeah, I
can't
know a lot of them.
like
I
you
worked
can't
around a
teach
lot of them.
you can't teach me something that's right from you. You can't. And I'm gonna tell you that. It's like, cause like I said, me being able to communicate so effectively was a problem, because I was doing peer leadership since I was like 11 and a half with an organization called We're Educators a Touch of Class, which is the We Talk. I know if you heard the end of what do you call it? Very Necessary by Salt and Pepper, and there's a skit at the end. That's the organization I was working with. So I was 11 and a half years old. So not
Oh
only
wow.
can I communicate, I'm actually being a peer leader out here. So it's like, you can't, like, it ain't no kinks in my armor, and they hate that. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you can try to say whatever you want to, but I mean, ain't no insecurity over here. So you could try all you want to, and then they'll call it arrogance. But it's like, no, no, I'm capable. There's a difference. It'd be different if I was just running my mouth and I couldn't do what I say I can do. But since I can, I mean, it ain't bragging, and I don't even brag that much. When it comes down to it, it's like, if you ask me something and I can show you exactly where it is. And I'm also like, another thing that used to piss them off is like, if you teach me something and I learn something, I'm gonna say thank you. I'm
Right.
not gonna argue with you. If I was wrong, I'll be like, you know what, I was wrong, and I'm glad that you explained it to me a way that I could understand it. So now I cannot be wrong anymore. And they think that that's me poking fun at them. And it's like, nah, I'm growing here. Thank you. You know what I'm saying? Thank you for showing me something I didn't know. Because I definitely thought I knew until you proved me wrong. And I'm all right with that. It's like, they don't
Exactly.
like you being they don't like you being whole. If you're whole, that's a problem.
Exactly. They like you to be fragmented and or broken up.
So it's like, they don't like it when we're trying to, like, you know what I'm saying, show the next generation some stuff, like I said, I'm the eldest of my generation, except for a couple of people that's older than me, and those people like on the like my cousins all the way on the West Coast. You know what I'm saying? Grew up in the West Coast, and when I lived on the West Coast, I was trying to get in touch with my family there, and my pops just was like, "Nah, that's too far." You know what I'm saying? And that's not his family; that's my mother's family. I
Right,
mean,
right.
so and for me, it's like, I mean, in my mission on in this generation is to get our generation to know each other and fuck what our parents have against each other. I don't care about none of that. That's not us. That's them. Like I got,
Exactly.
it's like, yo, whatever issues they have between each other has nothing to do with this generation. I want everybody in this generation to know each other and to build with each other
Mm-hmm.
so we can get stronger for the next generation, because at one point in time it was more tight knit, and then stuff started happening. Like my nana's house was the spot that everybody came to. You know what I'm saying? Everybody came to, like, there's a cookout, that's my nana's house. And then when she passed, I mean, it's like, then my mom tried to take up the mantle, and it's like, it ain't happening like that. You know what I'm saying? It's just not.
It just wasn't never the same, right? It was never the same as before.
Yep.
The efforts were good, but it wasn't that good. The food was good, but it wasn't that good.
And from what I heard, some before, because she passed before I was born, you know what I'm saying? My great nana used to throw it down, like you said. Like my favorite cousin sat there and told me she used to like, oh, you think your nana could cook? Oh no, my grandmother could cook, because she's the oldest of her generation. Just like I'm like the top one of mine. I mean, it's like, so it's like she's telling me stories about my nana, my grandmother, the crazy shit that she used to do and the asshole shit she used to do and say, you know. And it's like, and like I said, I got a whole different person. So it's like, I mean, I saw one thing that happened one time, and I knew, because I was a smart kid, how to break the tension. I mean, because my uncle stopped coming around because she like straight but down disrespected like my little cousin and his wife at the time, his first wife. And it was just like, it was messed up. It was raw. And it's like me being a kid knowing, I'm like, you know what? She'll listen to me. You know what I'm saying? So I went over there, and I saw like it. She changed up her tone and everything. And then like my uncle and my nana did talk to each other for a good long time, and I didn't even know it, because I was like, you know, it just is what it is. Like you can't be insulting people with babies now. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But
Right.
that's what she did though, because she felt some type of way, and then she was just an asshole. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like she was abusive. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Let's call things what they are. That's my nana. I loved her, but she was a bully. You know what I'm saying? She was abusive. That's what it is. You know what I'm saying? Let's call it what it is. She wasn't that way to me, but we can call things what they are, and it's not gonna hurt. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, speak truth to power. It is what it is. Like, I'll be invalidating people if I try to play it like, oh no, it wasn't that bad, just because I didn't see it and I didn't experience. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they like to do that, especially if it's not them. They can't relate, and they don't try to relate because it's not them.
I'm not one of those people. I call things what they are. Whether you know what I'm saying, even more so because I love you. Because if I love you, I'm gonna tell you the truth, even if it hurts your feelings. Shit, your feelings just gonna have to be hurt, but I'm not doing it to hurt your feelings, because we have to speak the truth. You know what I'm saying? Just
Right,
like
right.
I own my own shit. Sometimes, like, yeah, they'll call me arrogant or what have you. It's like, no, you're not gonna humble me. Stop trying. Like, just get that established. Like, I just not that person you could talk to any way you want to. Get it through your head. You yell,
Yeah.
I'm gonna yell.
If they can't
Don't
manipulate
make
you, then you arrogant.
If they can't get over
Yep.
on you, then you don't know. You're ignorant. You got ego. You're aggregate. You know what I'm saying? All that little dumb stuff because they can't shake you.
I mean, I'll own it. Okay, cool. I'm ignorant and I'm arrogant. The fuck you gonna do about it? Gonna beat my ass? You can't. So let's not go there. You know what I'm saying? What are you gonna do about it? You're not gonna do shit about it. What you can do is either leave me the fuck alone or respect me. You know what I'm saying? Like I respect you because I don't throw shit in your face every chance I get. You know what I'm saying? And trust me, like I'm no angel. Tell you that much. I own my shit.
Oh,
I
trust
own
me, I
my shit.
know. I done seen Will go off on the Facebook, David. I was like, oh my gosh, I know who I'm coming to get when it's time to curse somebody out because he used to go bananas, okay? And I was like, okay, yeah, now this is my brethren right here. This is a friend I need to have. Oh, yeah. When I started back doing the podcast, I was like, yeah, I gotta get Will on the live stream. I'm sorry. We gotta get Will on the live stream. We'll be trying to find excuses that he ain't got time to be here. I'm like, nope, you got him. I'm sorry.
But the thing is, like, try to call anything that I'm saying inaccurate. And what really pisses people off is that I can articulate myself in a way that makes so much sense that when I say what I'm saying, it's like, you can't rebut what I'm saying. You may not agree with what I'm saying, but show me where I'm wrong. You can't say that I'm wrong. You might say, I don't like the way he's saying it. Well, guess what? I don't like the way you talk to me either. So I guess maybe you should talk to me in a better way and you might get a better response. I mean, because
True.
if you don't like the mirror, if you don't like the mirror, address the mirror. Not address who's in the mirror, not the mirror itself. Like I can't sit there and look at the mirror and be like, this damn mirror is making me look bad. No. I need to adjust my shit. You know what I'm saying? I need to go listen to that Michael
Exactly.
Jackson shit. Talk to the man in the
I
mirror.
was
Talk
just
to the
going to
woman
say
in the mirror.
that. I was just getting ready to say that. Even Michael Jackson knew to start with the man in the mirror, although he didn't look in the mirror himself. Because if he did,
Yeah, like
he sure shouldn't have been pleased with what he was looking at after he did that changeover.
yeah.
But the song
But the
it's
thing
some
is,
real talk,
that
Start with
came
that
from
man in the
abuse.
mirror.
That came from that abuse.
I
Though it's
know.
like look at his life. You know what I'm saying? He had a father that used to burn their feet if they fell asleep on the couch. Like that's crazy. Why the fuck would you do that to a child? To a child. You know what I'm saying? Kids fall asleep where they fall asleep. You pick them up and you put them in the bed. You know what I'm saying? That's what you do. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I mean, making them work and do all this other stuff, exposing them to these freaking like he wrote that Dirty Diana for a reason. All right.
Why you say that?
I mean,
Why you
come
say
on.
that?
He wrote that Dirty Diana for a reason. He was around those people who was exposing him to stuff that he wasn't supposed to see at a young age. You get what I'm saying? Those
True,
industry
true.
people like are weirdos. Like let's call it what it is. You know what I'm saying? It's like
Right, right.
you know, and you never know like what type of pressure he was dealing with. You know what I'm saying? Like with his brothers around him and shit like that. And then jealousy is a fucking crazy ass. It's a beast. You know what I'm saying? Jealousy will make people do some really fucked up things to people just because they're
Tell me
jealous of you.
about it.
So
For
it's like,
real, for real.
and you don't even know what their motivation is. You don't know why they're jealous of you. You just love them, and you're just like, hey, like, what's their problem? I mean,
Mm-hmm.
you don't even know that they're jealous of you because nobody comes right out and actually says it and means it like that. But some people say it in jest and mean it. Like, oh, I'm jealous of you. You know what I'm saying? But nobody really
Yeah.
reveals that there's their motivation of why they're fucking your shit up. You get what I'm saying? And that
Right.
just it really just is what it is, and we gotta call things what they are. You know what I'm saying? And it's like you're talking about a child who can't probably doesn't even know what the hell's going on. You know what I'm saying? And that's how this cycle continues too, is because some people, since they don't understand what happened, they just repeat what was done to them. Like today, like there's two little kids in the room. I was helping the sister out, and then saying the mother says something, and the little ones start to repeat what the mother said. You know what I'm saying? Because they're repeating what they hear. They don't know what they're saying. They're just repeating because that's what kids do. Children, not kids, children. You know?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
No baby goats around here. But
Right,
anyway,
right.
but real deals like one of the problems, like I said, with people is that they don't want to even acknowledge their own emotions. So when you articulate yours, they're like, "Well, I can't word it that way, or I might sound ridiculous if I tell people how I really feel, and I don't give a fuck." Like, I really don't. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, listen, bro, my boys
Oh
used to
my
say something.
God.
They laughed at me one day. I'm like, yeah, fuck that shit. Like, you talking all that tough shit, motherfucker. I'm sensitive. That's what makes me more dangerous, motherfucker, because I can feel more than you. I was like, like, that's like looking at me and be like, okay, so you wear glasses and you proud of not being able to see, and I can see better than you, and you make it fun of me because I don't wear glasses. Motherfucker, I'm
Yeah.
at a superior position than you. You know what I'm saying? Because I can feel, motherfucker. Don't get it fucked up. Don't get it fucked up. Because I'm sensitive, but I can also beat your ass if you hurt my feelings. So you don't want to hurt my feelings. So come on now. No, it don't make you weaker. Yo, knowing what things are does not make you weak in any type of way. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Or someone sitting there saying, "Oh, you reading a book? What's the whole point of that? Did the school give you that book?" What you mean? No, the school ain't giving me the right books right now. They don't want me reading this shit right now. What? Why would they give me a book that's gonna actually empower me? They just trying to indoctrinate us. So you talking all them big words and shit like that. If that ain't cool, who the fuck is trying to be cool? If you really want to
Right.
get into it, who wrote the first books? Us. So white people trying to be like us. They stole all our fucking knowledge. What are you talking about? You got it fucked up. You got it backwards. They want to be us so bad that they sit there and they take shit that we've done and they say that they did it. Look at it.
Exactly. Exactly.
Bro,
Okay, and got away and getting away with it too.
oh, please. Hey, yo. So I don't know if you remember back in the day, they had this commercial about pollution, right? And they had the dude dressed like a native comes down his eye, right? You
Mhm.
know what I'm talking about? It was like a UNICEF or some shit like that. Come to find out, that motherfucker ain't nowhere near no native. He an Italian.
Oh, you talking? I saw
So
something
this
like that just
take
the
this
other
dude.
day.
They
Yeah, I
had
saw
this
it
dude who's an
exactly.
Italian dressed as like he's a native with the feathers and everything like that. And he's sitting there
What's his
crying.
name
Everybody's
again?
like, I don't know, but
What's his
it's so
name
funny
again?
though.
I
Like,
can't remember his name. How I forgot that name. I know exactly who you talking about. He is from Italy, for real.
boy,
And everybody thought he was Native American for years. For
hey,
years. And the moment we
when
people started finding out that he wasn't Native American and that he's Italian, then you started seeing that he looks Italian, as if he didn't look
but,
Italian before.
but
Right.
my boy from Scarface, remember Scarface? He played a Cuban, right? That accent and everything like that. Where he really from? My dude Al Pacino, right? Pacino
He's
ain't
from
no Cuban
Italy.
name.
Yeah, he's in Italy. He's from Italy. Yeah,
Exactly.
he's from Italy.
A little bit of Moorish blood in him, but that's neither here nor there. But when it comes
Yeah, you
down
can
to it,
tell
right?
by his big eyes. You can tell by his wide eyes, you
But
know?
here's the funny thing though too is that that people were mad at the History Channel for having Hannibal of Carthage. Do we know where Carthage is? North Africa, right?
Yeah.
Hannibal of Carthage that came and defeated the Romans. They were mad because he was depicted by a black man. Excuse me, Carthage he was African. They have coins with his head on it, and white people was like, "You're destroying history. You're just trying to change that." Like, no. It's more. He was an African man. Who you fucking talking about?
Even white
Like
scholars know that.
they've
Exactly.
had pink people
Even white
play.
scholars say that.
Yeah, exactly. Come on now.
They know that he's black.
It was really funny. Is like I keep seeing this thing in Facebook archaeology group, and you have these Arabs trying to sit there and act like, oh, the people from Kemet, oh, you know what I'm saying, oh, they weren't Africans, they're North Africans, and like, no, you're a mixed race people. That's what y'all are. Y'all are mixed. Y'all are mixed. Y'all are not. Y'all ain't
Mm-hmm.
Africans. Just like I met a kid from, he was born in Lebanon. Because I was talking too much real shit. Yo, they cut me off because I was talking too much real shit. I'm telling you, they listening.
Yeah, people
They
don't
like
want to
this
hear
shit.
real. People don't want to hear the real. They like fiction and they like
So,
fairy tale stuff. They like
like I
living
said,
in a lie.
this dude was from Lebanon. Like his family was from Lebanon, but he was born in Morocco. So he said, "I'm Moroccan." It's like, no, you're not. Where's your family from? Oh, Lebanon. So you're Lebanese. You're not Moroccan. You see?
Exactly. Exactly. Your
It's
family
like,
migrated to Morocco because
you know what I'm saying?
they
Exactly.
so quick. They so quick to to conquer and
Appropriate.
change stuff. Yeah, they just got to fit themselves in history somewhere or fit themselves in a geographic location that they're not from.
Mm-hmm. I mean, and that's what they're known for too, because like there was trade routes that was happening. There's no such thing as the Middle East. Matter of fact, there's no division between what's called Africa, Asia, and Europe. And Europe is tiny, right? And the
Exactly.
original Europeans were not pale people. They weren't pink. They were dark. I have a brother who did a DNA thing, and he found out that he's a native German. Just about my complexion. He's a native German.
We were
Oh, I believe it. Because
His DNA.
Pushner was black. The one who wrote all of the poetry and everything from out of Germany. Pushner.
Pushkin. Pushkin.
Pushkin, yes, exactly. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean, the originators of classical music. Come on now, like we had music. They listen. The people that came from the caves, right? They were there for thousands of years, and they were forced to be there. You know what I'm saying? You have to read that Iceman's Legacy. You know what I'm saying? Iceman's Legacy is all about like they had to deal with harsh conditions. That's why they had such cold temperaments. You know what I'm saying? Literally, because they had to do what they had to do, and that's it. And you can't blame them for that shit. That's what the hell they had to deal with. You know what I'm saying? But people look at me crazy, like, "Oh, you pro-black? You don't hate white people?" No, I don't hate white people. What the fuck you mean? Like, I don't hate them. Like, I just know what the fuck they are. Like, you know what I'm saying? I know who they are. It is what it is. Like,
Okay. Exactly.
they had to deal with what they had to deal with, and that's their fucking genetic legacy. You know what I'm saying? And they forget that it's like, yo, they don't really have any real genetic uniqueness. If you DNA test two Europeans, they will be very much different from each other. You know what I'm saying? Because they have so much mixture. You know what I'm saying? When people talk about, oh, race is a social construct, yes and no. Because they said that Africans have no Neanderthal DNA, but everybody else does.
Mm.
Everybody but Africans have Neanderthal DNA in them. So what's that tell you? It's a whole different. They telling you it's a whole different species. So it is what it is, man. Like, I mean, and the more we research shit and we see what it is, it's like, yo, I mean, every time they try to call those superior, it's like, you know that they actually found out that the melanin, you can lose melanin, you can't gain it. So once you lose it, it's gone. That's it. This is science. This is not hatred. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They're more susceptible to different diseases because that's what, you know what I'm saying, certain things that they were eating and bacteria they've been around and everything like that. On the same token, they can have certain diseases to survive them that we can't because they've been around them for longer. It depends on what region you came from and your genetics and what you've been eating. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, true.
It's like let's talk science here. This ain't hate. You know what I'm saying? Like, you say it to me that I hate someone because I describe how they get sunburned.
That's
You
not
get
hating them.
sunburned. You can't survive in certain environments because you're just not fit for that environment. You know what I'm saying? Just like right now, I get patches and blotches and shit on my face if I don't have enough sun. It is what it is. I need the sun. We need the sun.
That's
The
right.
sun kills certain people. It is what it is. You That's nature. So I guess nature hates you then.
Okay, that part. Wait, David,
Yes.
you supposed to be telling us what happened.
Well, hey, the the conversation was good.
I told you we'll be going in.
Yeah. Well, I found some very interesting news. Um, my mother had told my girlfriend at the time that I didn't want nothing to do with her. But back then, the phones were on the wall. You run,
Damn, Will, ain't that sad?
you running to answer the phone. Yeah, I hear this, and I'm a little bit livid about it. Because at the time she was pregnant. I didn't know. I'm sure she was going to tell me, but I didn't know, and that caused her so much stress that she miscarried.
You breaking up there. We didn't hear that last sentence.
But I
You
was,
said
We
miscarriage.
yeah,
You said it caused us so much stress she miscarried.
yeah, it caused her so much
okay.
stress, you know. And then I had to think, there were I had three best friends that all of a sudden didn't want nothing to do with me either. So I'm figuring the same thing happened there too. But all that shit changed my life. That shit right there, because I could have stayed in Detroit.
Could
I
have
could
stayed in Detroit gang banging, huh? No, I'm just playing.
taking care of business, taking care of what I need to do.
You probably would have been living in Canada by now.
That's funny. I'm not sure, but I wouldn't rule anything out. But I had I don't know how many credits I needed. All I had to do was do one semester. Then I can come back in May and walk across the stage with my friends. So during that time I could have been working. I could have been furthering my education. But if I was working, sending money to her instead of her just stealing the money that my dad was sending. So, I would have been married. I would have been married to we'd have been going on probably 33 years anniversary. House full of kids. That shit changed my life, and I I hate her for it.
Man, you
that's
can't go that low to hate somebody. It's like, because for me, like I said,
Let me correct myself. I love my mother, but I hate the person that my mother.
told you in my situation, it's like mine went out of her way to make sure that I wasn't able to get myself free. I mean, I was facing the whole rest of my life in fucking prison for some shit that had nothing to do with me. And I'm like, listen, I need you to call this girl. I cut her off because I'm like, I mean, I'm just one of those people. You lie to me once, you lie to me 1,000 times. Because I remember, I mean, she came with. I'm like, give me a ride. I'm gonna go grab my stuff from this girl's house, and I'm done with her. So I went in, grabbed my stuff, and left. No words. And then when she called me back, like, you just gonna grab your stuff and leave? Yep. Oh, you ain't got nothing to say? Nope. No, because dude was still there too. Like, you know what I'm saying? Come on now, you mean to tell me this dude stayed the night with you and y'all didn't do nothing? All right, I believe you.
Sometimes nothing don't happen.
Yeah, whatever. Like I know what her temperature was. If you understand what I'm trying to tell you.
What, it was on high?
Always hot.
Yeah.
It was on
So,
high.
exactly.
It was on hot high, huh?
Exactly. So it's like, and when I told I took my mother out to breakfast. I'm like, listen, went to the spot that don't exist no more. But like, and I'm like, she's like, oh, what's the problem? Like, that's really immature. I'm like, no, it's not. You lied to me once, you lied to me 1,000 times. So I'm not going no further with it. She gonna tell me I sound just like my father. I'm like, shoot. Now I'm starting to think that's a compliment because my father been right about a lot of shit.
Right. Right.
So I mean, it is what it is. I mean, it's like, I don't know if I can believe everything that she tells me because, like I said, I mean, once you lie, then you're. I mean, that's one thing about my pops. I'm gonna give him all the time. Me and him, we got into it, but like, he will come back and he'll explain. He'll let me know where he stands with shit, and that's why I respect that man because I came to have to respect him because he's been laying it out on the table for me. I can't respect a liar that sits there and doesn't acknowledge their own shit.
Right.
Exactly. For real, for real.
And that's why for me, if you call me out on my shit, I might call myself out before you get to say anything. Snatch that weapon right away from you. Fuck out of here. Yeah, that's my own shit. I own it before you say anything. Here it is. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And we don't. And for me, that like that's not a negative. That is not a negative. You calling shit what it is has never been a negative. So, like I said, like I never would say that I hate her. I just like, listen, I can't trust you. That's what it is. Can't trust you. I don't respect you. There's no way that I can respect you because you don't respect yourself. And you could be mad about that all you want to.
And that's what you told your mother?
Well, you gotta respect your mother. That's your mother. She brought you in this world. And
yeah, I respect her, but you know, not the person. She would sit there.
I say it just like this: animals give birth all day, every day. That do not make them good parents.
No.
Just because they gave birth.
That's true.
That's like a participation prize. Like you know how they had this new thing where it's like everybody gets a trophy now, just for participating.
Right.
Yeah.
Even if they didn't participate, just because they was a part of the class,
right.
They give them something just for their time for being there, you know?
Right. That's funny.
If I mean, like I said, you want to call these harsh words, but it was a really even worse, harsher reality. All right. So try living it. Me speaking it is a problem, but me living it wasn't. So I'm supposed to just be quiet about it, right? I'm supposed to suffer in silence. Well, I ain't suffering.
When you said suffer in silence, huh?
Hell no.
We don't talk about things like that. No, you don't talk about things like that. And that's why you fucked up. Because you won't get it out. You know what I'm saying? I
That's
try to
right.
tell somebody this shit, and I try to tell people this shit. It's like, yo, I mean, if you have to go to the bathroom, you don't hold it in. You can go septic. You can hurt yourself. Like it's a problem. You know what I'm saying? Tears are
Right.
the same. Tears are waste products. Tears get those chemicals out of your system and out of your brain. So if you don't let them shits out, you will fucking slowly kill yourself. Fuck all that. You better let that
Mhm.
shit out. Let that shit out. You ain't gotta do it in front of everybody. You know what I'm saying? But find your space.
Exactly. Exactly.
Get that shit the fuck out. Because like I said, you ain't gonna hold it if you gotta go to the bathroom. You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing. You don't need that chemical buildup. It will kill you.
Right. It sounds like those Bible thumpers. Oh, it's inspiring. Although slave obey your master is inspiring.
Right.
Now, for me, it's like I can't not call shit what it is. It's like the most you're gonna get from me is I'll just not say anything for a while, and I catch you by yourself. You know what I'm saying?
And
Me
then
and
what
you gotta
happened?
talk this. Like that, me and you gotta talk this out away from everybody else. Because my issue is with you, not everybody. Catch you, the person who I have the issue with, by yourself, and then we can deal with this one on one. And if you don't want to acknowledge it, then all right, then cool. You don't want to deal with it, then keep your ass over there. I'm gonna stay over here. Leave me alone. Keep my name out your motherfucking mouth. Because me and you, we're not gonna get along. I don't want to get along, and I'm not gonna play nice with you. Because that's what it is. Because we're gonna call shit what it is here. I'm drawing
Right.
that line in the sand, and it's not me being aggressive. I'm an assertive person. You know what I'm saying? I like making things clear. Prevention is better than cure. Because if me and you got some tension, I'm not waiting for that shit to blow up. We're gonna figure it out.
Exactly. And that's the problem. People be walking around here with holding grudges, saying it ain't nothing wrong. I'm good. Ooh, excuse me. That yarn just creeped up on me. Ain't nothing wrong. I'm good. I'm good. Ain't nothing wrong. But there's something wrong.
Me, like the denial is just one of those things. It's like it's not gonna help us. It's not gonna help us. Us just not calling things what they are, or we might be calling might think something is something instead of asking that question. Hey, when you said this, I felt like this is what you meant. Please tell me I'm wrong. And then me, I'm not very politically correct with it. Like, don't be a bitch about it. Just stand on your shit. Don't sit there and you said that shit and now you going now that I'm in front of your face, you're gonna switch it up. Tell me what it is. I'm gonna respect you for the shit. You know what I'm saying? Even if it's an outward fuck you, I'm like, okay, cool. I'm good with that. Fuck you too. We good. You know what I'm saying?
Right?
Listen,
Hmm.
let's get it out there. Between me and you, we ain't gotta get nobody else involved. Oh, that's too confrontational. You can't run from everything your whole life.
True.
Face that shit. That's why we got so many people doing freaking substances right now because it's like they running from reality. Why don't you just call things what it are? Face that shit. Yo, trust me. You're gonna come out on the other side. It's gonna hurt. You're gonna deal with it. Like this like when you know you about to get an ass whooping, you go home. Shit, I done got in trouble. I'm gonna get my ass whooped. Might as well.
You know when you step through that door what time is getting ready to happen, right?
I might as well go
You
there,
know
just get
what
my
time
ass
is
whooped,
getting
and I
ready
can
to
go.
happen.
Yeah, I'm going there, get my ass whooped, and I'm gonna be back outside to play the very next day. That's it. Fuck it, let's get this over with.
Right, right.
Call, call yourself running away to your cousin's house. You're only 2 blocks away. You know what I'm saying? They know where to find you. Now you're gonna get two ass whoopers because you're gonna get ass whooping for what you did, and then you're getting an ass whooping because you ran away. You might as well just take that one ass whooping now. Just get it.
Take that.
Just take it.
Exactly. And like you said,
You know?
be outside playing tomorrow.
Be outside playing tomorrow. Because it's like you running from it, like, you know what I'm saying, you making it worse in your mind than it really gonna be. And what and thing is too, like I'm gonna say this shit too. The word emotions has the word emotions in it for a reason. You get through it. That shit, it's always moving. Emotions move.
Yes. Like emotion. Exactly.
Get
Up down.
Get through that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Get through it. You know what I'm saying?
Emotions could be higher, emotions could be low. Mm-hmm. Oh, and I see them emotions moving on that slave mentality posters I've been posting. Them emotions is going like this.
But those are seeds right there. If you plant those seeds, when you plant them seeds, what's gonna end up happening is like what Malcolm X said, you open up that freaking that drawer, you open up that window real quick, and you take that freaking those shades open, it's full sunlight now. You was just asleep. What the
That's
fuck?
right.
No,
yeah, that's how I'm doing it. Yeah.
They're gonna get mad at you. They're gonna get mad at you. And then they're gonna be like, hold up. Then their eyes gonna adjust again, be like, hold on. So this whole time, I didn't even know it was,
it was sunny outside.
I was sleeping this whole time. It's wow, it's there's birds out and everything. What the fuck going on? Hold up. And then other people that sleep up, go out there, it's dangerous. You're gonna die, it's poison. And they be like, oh no, I took a walk around the block now. It's kind of nice out there, you know what I'm saying? So no, you talking that crazy stuff. You crazy. No, it's not crazy. Just let me just give you a little slit of this light real quick. You know what I'm saying? Just a little bit. And they'll be like, okay, I see this a little, you know what I'm saying? It's a little bright, I see it, but my eyes start to adjust a little bit. Let me just give you a little bit more. Because you can't really for me, it's like I've read too much, so I know what it is. I can't just run up on a Christian and be like, hey yo, so your entire religion is a doctrine that was made up by a couple of, you know what I'm saying, by a bunch of white people in the room, and they actually try to kill people in order to make sure that certain books didn't get into the Bible. And then, you know what I'm saying? And then the Catholic Church actually released some books, but what they did is they corrupted those books that they released so that you can have something, and even that's a corruption.
Right.
And you still don't know where they came from.
Mm-mm. Exactly.
And like I tell people this, if you really love your Bible so much, go learn the language and read the real translation. But you ain't gonna do all that.
No, they not. They like the cheap way. They like the slave master way. They like the pastor way.
You don't even read the English version. Like I guarantee you, I know your Bible better than your freaking pastor does. Trust and believe me, I do, because I've read the Bible 4 times, through and through, 3 different versions.
Did twice. Mm-hmm.
I've read it 4 times.
That's how I know it's a big fairy tale contradiction full of lies. You got to read it though. You got to get in it to see it. But if you just letting the pastor
with the word, if you ain't reading it with the word,
right,
the right interpretation. So what I learned a long time ago, and this comes from my father again. A truth don't have versions. The truth is the truth.
Exactly.
There are no versions to the truth.
And you don't have to keep revising the truth. You don't have to keep revising it 16, 17, 18 times. You don't have to keep doing that. You don't have to do that. And then you see the pastor, what he does is he like to pick selective scriptures that he stay on every Sunday. He keep repeating that same, because my grandmother pastor was like that. He loved talking about that David and Goliath story. Oh my God. And then he get the hooping and the hollering once he started saying how he took that slingshot. And he hit Goliath between the eyes. Okay. And then he starts shouting. Then the organ start going. Then the drums start going. Then you see Sister Bishop in the corner, RoboCop. All of a sudden, everything in the church jumping up and down.
Because it's all about emotions. You got to realize that, and that's why, like,
Next
I'm gonna
Sunday,
go back.
Will, is the same thing. Davy and his slingshot. Ah! Miss Mother Bishop in the corner doing RoboCop while she's shouting. Same thing all the time.
See, because people love that repetition. They're paying for a show.
But he won't read.
They're not
No, he
paying for
won't
anything
go
that's
to
gonna
no other part in the Bible. That's what I didn't understand.
There's no growth in that. If you like, listen, people,
And those people
that's the
will sit
definition
in the
of
church.
insanity.
Mm-hmm. And those people will
That's the
sit in the
definition of
church
insanity.
and just they won't never pick the Bible up and read it for themselves. They go to the pastor to give them what they need out of the Bible. So when you come to them and show them the lies and contradiction, and that is a slave Bible, they get mad at you because they don't read it themselves to even refute it, but because they put their trust in what the pastor said, or they
I
are
don't know
reading
if it
it
was,
and they go ahead.
I don't know if it was Bernard Shaw or Mark Twain who said, religion was created when the first con man met the first idiot.
I'm telling you, it's the truth. It's the truth. They turn to a bunch of idiots.
They ain't like, the thing is, like,
One
we
person told
don't
me
have,
today, one person told me today, Will and David, that the translation Bible that he was reading said servant and not slave. Slave, obey your master. He said the version that he read said servant, obey your master. So he's trying to show me the difference between a slave and a servant to try to make one seem better than the other.
well, here's the funny thing though, too,
I
is in
tell you,
certain
boy,
languages,
they have to support King
slave,
James. They have to support him. If they don't support
but
King James, they can't live.
certain languages also, slave, child, and servant is all the same word. So each child is a servant, a child. That's the translation of a slave. All right, if that's the translation of a servant, is child. It's like it's all one word. So things are lost in translation. This is why I said you need to learn the language yourself. There was actually a brother. He's a football player, NFL player, that was learning all of the original scriptures. It wasn't written in Hebrew. Hebrew is a bastardized language, just like English. English is a bunch of languages smashed together. Creole is a bunch of languages smashed together.
Yeah.
So he was learning the language, and he was actually flying back between America and Israel, what we call it, like, you know what I'm saying? And his plane crashed with all those people with him because he was teaching a lot of people. He was getting deeper into the Bible, and I think that they probably crashed his plane on purpose because, real deal, like, they can't have people knowing that, oh yeah, the Bible that you have is not the original. Like, it's not the same thing. And didn't it say somewhere in the Bible, whoever changes it one jot or tittle would be cursed? Sounds like you changing it to me. You meet people who study the Quran, and they'll tell you there is no translation of the Quran. The Quran can only be read in Arabic, and anything else is more is like an interpretation. It's not a translation. All right. So it's like but this is all indoctrination to me. But it's like the fact I can put it in these words and make it make sense and not be speaking over your head with it. Because, like, some people like to browbeat people, like, I'm so much smarter than you and you don't understand. And that's mental masturbation to me. But you know what I'm saying? Because you're
stroking their ego. Mm-hmm.
Stroking your own ego. It's like, if you're not trying to be understood, then what the fuck are you talking for? I mean, what's the point? The whole point of communication is to you know what I'm saying, to convey something so that you could be understood, right? So if you're talking over people's heads, that's just letting me know that you're just trying to, like, show that you're somehow above. And where I may, like, part of my arrogance, I may be above a lot of y'all, and it's true, yes it is, I'm not gonna deny it. I'm not trying to talk it down. I'm not trying to talk
Right.
it down. I still want you to understand. I want you to come into your own power. I don't need you to look up at me. You know what I'm saying? That's not my purpose. I want you to look up at yourself. Love you.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because ain't nobody gonna love you better than yourself. Real shit. You know what I'm saying? And if you don't, you better work on that shit. So this
That's
is why
right.
I don't try to talk over people's heads, because the people who do that, it's like they're lacking something, and they know that they do, and they want you to know that you're lacking something. You know what I'm saying too. So it's like they're projecting their own, you know what I'm saying, issues up with themselves on you. People tend to project a lot, and that means they're speaking to you about how they feel about themselves. So when someone feels good about themselves, they want you to feel good about themselves too. When someone feels like
Right.
they're not worthy, they try to make you feel as if you're not worthy. It's very
Exactly.
unhealthy.
Oh yes, exactly. That's why I got to be careful with the company I keep, for real, because the energy drainers is not playing. Okay, they don't play.
Man, catch you
Be
talking
careful.
down on somebody, I'm gonna ask you how you feeling today, because you feeling. It seems like you're not really, you know, what I'm saying, feeling yourself today. Because I mean, those people who are living in their truth, it's like I want you to feel what I'm feeling. I want you to be up here. You know what I'm saying? I don't want you to feel like I'm so much better than you and all this other shit like that. Even though I am, I'm just saying I'm just fucking with you. Just fucking around. Listen, but
You ain't playing. You mean everything. You mean every bit of that right now. That ain't playing. You said that like six
I need you to
times.
get up.
Okay.
I need you to. I need.
He said it like
I
six
need you to feel this
times. The
joy.
last time he
I
said it
want
like,
you to
look, I
joy.
mean this now. I'm better than you.
I want you to feel joy. I want you to feel this joy. I want you to be up here. So can't nobody shake you. When someone sit there trying to tell you you ain't good enough, and you think you smart and all that. Like yo, I remember when people sit there trying to tell me, "Oh, you think you smart?" I'm like, no, I don't think I'm smart. I know I am, but why do you have a problem with it? Why don't
Right.
you think you're smart? Because you are.
I mean, because
Like no serious.
exactly. I remember someone said, "Oh, you think you know everything?" I said, "No, you think I know everything. You think
Man,
I know everything, and you seem to have a problem that you think I know everything."
oh, no, only a fool knows everything, and I have a whole lot to learn. It's like there's a lot.
Thank
Like
you.
no matter how many books you read, trust me, it's like, and then you're just reading somebody's like my this is where my uncle comes in with the teaching me about this critical thinking thing. He's like, listen, every book that you're ever gonna read has an agenda. You have to find out, not just read what you're reading, but read between the lines. What group does this
Right.
person belong to? Because there's always an agenda behind anything that you read. There's always an agenda. Nobody's just gonna write a book just to write it. They have something that they're trying to convey to the world, or trying to convey and get across. And it's like if they belong to a fraternity, a group, or whatever that, you know what I'm saying, is looking to do a certain thing, then they're gonna try to sway you towards their thinking. And this is my argument for my side over here. And then you got some people who their sole purpose is I'm debunking that asshole over there because they don't know what they're talking about, and I'm going to show you that they don't know what they're talking about. Because you know
Right.
some books are just flat out debates. They're flat out. That's all they are. They're debates. Like I've come here to debunk everything that says over there, and that's what it is. I mean, and then some things are just opinions, which are like assholes. Everybody has one.
Mhm.
So I mean, it's like somebody else's opinion is their opinion. That's their perspective. That's the way that they see things. It doesn't make them wrong. It doesn't make them right. It just means that that's where they're at. And opinions change too with information.
You ain't lying.
I mean, I remember one time, just for an experiment, because I did culinary arts, so I know a little bit about cooking. The difference between white pepper, the difference between white pepper and black pepper is that they peel off the black, you know what I'm saying, the black coating earlier and dry them out and make sure that like it doesn't have, you know what I'm saying, that black part of the peppercorn. And the black peppercorns they just dried it out and ground it up like that. There was no difference in taste at all. But you can sit there and try to debate with someone. No, the white pepper is hotter. It's the same. It's the same thing. It's the same
I really
thing.
don't. I don't think it's hotter. I think the black pepper is.
Neither one is hotter, or you know what I'm saying, or less spicy.
Black
They're
pepper is
both the
not
same
really
thing.
necessarily hot either. Exactly.
But they're both the same thing. White pepper. There's the only difference between them is when you peel it.
The
Like
process of
when
it.
when you crush it, it's like they peel off the black part on one of them, and the other one they leave it. There's no difference between them. And the only reason why we have white pepper because it's just aesthetically pleasing. You don't want like if you do certain like mashed potatoes and you don't want those white flakes in it. I mean, want those black flakes in it. That's why you would use white pepper. It's for what you see. You know what I'm saying? And you can grind down white pepper fine. You can ground down black pepper fine. You can get them to the same granules. It's like there is no difference between the two, but you can confuse somebody and try to tell them like, no. I think that black pepper is harder. And it's like, I'm just telling you my opinion because I might prefer the black pepper because it's black.
Right.
When somebody else would be like, no, I prefer the white pepper. The white pepper is harder and because it's white, because that's what they prefer. These are opinions. Neither one of these things are facts. The fact is, both are the same thing. They come from the same plant. It's like I said, the only difference is one's peeled, one is not peeled. That's it. So like I said, there's also a thing called straw man argument whereas I'll bring up something and act like you said it and that's where you're coming from, and I'm arguing against an argument that you didn't even make.
Isn't that crazy?
Oh, correct. Right now, I could be like, well, you know, say his sister said that she prefers red pepper. I'm like, that's a whole different pepper. Well, your red peppers are always hotter. But like, well, what about bell peppers? Like, I didn't even bring up bell peppers. What are you talking about? Well, you was talking about bell peppers, and we're talking about peppercorns, and you're just off subject. Like, well, I never brought up no red peppers. What are you talking about? No, you were talking about red peppers, and you're just completely unfactual. No, that's not not even on the subject. And you can be sitting there talking about like, I didn't bring up peppers, I didn't bring up carrots, I didn't bring up pears. What the hell are you talking about? And I just keep continuing talking about how you brought something up that you never talked about to add an extra confusion. Mm-hmm. That's called a straw man argument. And it happens a lot on the internet all the time.
Wow.
Oh, tell me about it. Tell me about it.
You know what I'm saying? Well, you're a Satan worshiper since you don't believe in Jesus, so you must believe in Satan. Like, who even talking about Satan? What the hell? Like, nobody even brought that. No one even brought them up. But what shit you want to talk about that now? Like, you know what I'm saying?
It's like this guy came in my inbox yesterday. Oh, you seem like a good person. I would like to be your friend. Please accept my friend request. Please talk to me. So I hi, how you doing? Whatever. And then about 5 minutes, I guess he went on my page and saw all of that stuff I was posting. And he came back, oh no, forget it. I don't want to be your friend. Forget it. I want to be your friend. You the devil. You lost. You talking about the Bible. Forget it. I want to be your friend. David, I'm talking about laughed till I almost cried. Okay? Laughed till tears came to my eyes. He was begging to be my friend, begging me to answer him. And then when he went and see what I was posting, oh no, forget it. I'm like, look at this. He having a meltdown. Didn't even know you for
The
5
devil ain't
minutes and
even
you
real
already
either.
melting.
The devil ain't real either. What are you talking about? So I mean, that's another construct right there. And for me, it's funny. Like a lot of these religions give the devil more power than they do their own God.
Yeah, because
Make that
they
make
give
sense.
the devil, they giving him the more power because they vibing like him. They on the same frequency as the devil. He and she is a devil. Okay.
Me,
And like you
I
said,
just have to laugh.
no, forget it. Forget it. I don't want to be your friend. You the devil. You talking about the Bible. I said, wow. Wow, wow, wow. That right there, I laughed, I almost cried. And I keep thinking about what my friend from California is saying, you can't be mad at a retarded person for being retarded. You just can't.
Yo,
So
listen,
it's like
religion does
I
need
had
to
to
hold
laugh. I
back.
couldn't even be mad at the person. I just had to laugh.
So I use a word called religulous. It's like ridiculous, but in religious or religious
Religious.
tarded, religious, religulous, like for real, religious tarded. It's like they can't get past these books that people wrote that they plagiarized from other books. It's like a game of telephone. So somebody told a story a long time ago, and then it got passed on to other people. Then it got passed on to other people. Then passed on to other people. And then somewhere in the middle, someone said, fuck that. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put my own spin in here. So now you have a
That's
whole
right.
different story that got passed on to the next people because somebody intentionally flipped shit around.
Mm-hmm.
So now
On
you're
purpose.
going on that story, and that's been going on for so long that you forgot where it actually came from. So when someone
Or
tells you
don't,
where the
or
origin
don't
is,
even care. They don't even care because sometimes the watered down version makes them feel better anyway. They don't care
mm-hmm,
that what the origins is, what the source is. They happy with what they got right here and now. They happy with Master's plan. They happy.
and you just said something right there, feelings. It's all up like
They gotta be shed light
manipulation
onto
of
them and express
feelings,
to them.
emotions. They're manipulating people's emotions. It's a feel good thing for a little while. When they get their serotonin up, it's
That's
popped up because
right.
you jumping around, you praising and you're praising the Lord. Like, cause don't mean, come on now. And that what's really funny though too is like even with the pig people, they get into their religions like, oh yes, we are going to praise the Lord, and it's like so no, like especially with the Catholics and they be doing their spiritus anti, like oh motherfucker. Oh, hold up,
just, just make you fall
wait,
asleep on them.
what's going on? Oh yeah, hold up, and it's literally is done religiously, and like I'm gonna go back to my uncle again. You can do anything religiously. You can brush your teeth religiously. That ain't got nothing to do with no spirituality. Like, you know what I'm saying? And even spirituality,
Exactly.
like people be manipulating the fuck out of that. What kind of spirits you talking about? You into spirituality now. What spirits are you talking about? You mean the ones at the liquor store?
The ones hanging around that liquor bottle.
I mean, they call those spirits for a reason too. And
Yeah, they
they
do.
tried to there's a thing that they tried to try to debunk this shit where it's like the pharmacia is like pharmacy is like drugs, and what do you call alcohol is something. It's a consuming spirit, literally a consuming spirit. You are being consumed when you drink alcohol. You are being consumed. It's eating you away. It's eating away at your insides. It is what it is. It's really funny to me. It's like, I mean, when I explain to people scientifically exactly what alcohol is you're basically eating bacteria piss. You're drinking bacteria piss. You cultivated, like you fed it sugars and all these other things, like, you know what I'm saying, sugars, and, you know what I'm saying, it's a yeast, it's an actual living substance, actually living objects, like they're animals. I mean, you feed them,
Exactly.
they go to the bathroom, You kill the what do you call it? You kill the bacteria, you keep the pee, and you drink the pee. You're drinking bacteria piss.
Wow.
That's really what it is. When I explain to people what do you call it, what cheese is, yeah, they call it the cheese mold because that's exactly what it is. It's mold. It's a specific kind of mold, and that's why it smells so funky. I want to know who was the first person who was like, hey, who left this old thing of milk over here? Oh man, this stinks. Oh boy, it smells like some feet. Let's see what it tastes like. Hey, it's good. You want some of this stinky? You want some of this stinky stuff I just found in this old milk? Who figured it out? I want to know. That one person, one day.
Is that what that was? I was sitting on it for a while.
Yeah, for real. I mean, and it's in the meantime, with that happening, somebody definitely died in the middle of that. Like, oh, let's try. Oh, this stinks. Let's try this. Uh-oh. Bob's dead. What happened? He ate that stinky stuff over there. Well, let's not eat that. Killed him. You know? Oh, but this stinky stuff, oh yeah, that's right. You know? Trial and error, man. Like, and that's really what it is. I mean, it like when you are dealing with someone who has no actual like experience in a certain subject, it's like just leave that alone. I mean,
right.
In certain things that just been repeated over and over again, like, okay, so I asked a question a while ago, what benefit have we gotten from the church? I mean, yeah, they feed some people sometimes. I mean, but because those are nice people and they want to do nice things for other people. I mean, but an atheist can do the same shit. You know what I'm saying?
True.
Satanists can do the same shit. They be like, "Hail Satan, here's a sandwich." I'm dead serious. Like, it don't matter what people's belief system is. If like, you know what I'm saying, if they feel like doing what's, you know what I'm saying, something beneficent, that's what they're gonna do. You know what I'm saying? But also, like I said, the number one reason for mass murder. Your imaginary friend isn't as good as my imaginary friend, and to prove it, I'm going to kill you. Because my imaginary friend said that
you funny, Will. You are funny. My imaginary friend said your imaginary friend. And I'm going to kill you.
Praise to my imaginary friend. My imaginary friend is better than yours because you're dead now, and my imaginary friend allowed me to kill you. Because, you know, that's how that works. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, it makes no sense to me. It never has. It's like, you could debate about, like, well, this was written by so-and-so and such, and and back then, and, you know, oh yeah, these are some good moral codes, but then let's keep those. Let's keep the good moral codes and take out all that spooky shit.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, let's keep the shit that's good. Like when you're, you know what I'm saying, sifting through grain, you keep the stuff that's good and you get rid of the stuff that's not good for you. You know, it's really simple. When you go looking for gold, you sift out the rocks that aren't gold and you keep the gold. You know what I'm saying? When you're looking for jewels, okay, all of these are just rocks. That's a jewel. You know? It is what it is, man. It is. Some people need that because some people just, they have to have a structure. I mean, they feel as though they'll have chaos if they have freedom, because freedom, it seems like it's way too dangerous. I need a gate around me to make sure that, you know, nothing comes in to hurt me. When in reality, when you're being hurted, it doesn't matter. The wolf, you're scared of the wolf, but the shepherd is going to kill you and eat your ass. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Right.
The shepherd is going to kill you and eat your ass. Like, you think that this gate is keeping you safe, but he's like, no, no, no. We're just gonna keep feeding you, get you all nice and plump. Just relax. Everything's all good. Hey, what happened to James? James is gone. Where's James at? Well, I heard that James got ate by the shepherd over there. Get out of here. The shepherd keeps us safe.
James missing in action. That's where James at.
Like, no,
James
no,
missing
no.
in action. That's where he at.
No, clearly I heard them say these lamb chops are great. Lamb chops is us. Um, they've been looking at your mom over there. They're saying she's getting kind of old, and it's about her time. So I mean, watch out, man. You're a conspiracy theorist. The shepherd's eating people. Okay, whatever. Like, no, no, no. That's our whole entire purpose for being here. Like, you know what? There might be tigers and wolves out there, but fuck this shit. I'm out. Like, no, no, no. Don't leave the gate. It's dangerous out there. It's dangerous in here. They're gonna kill us here for certain. Out there, I could probably live a little bit longer. Maybe. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, just you see how they shear us every freaking year, twice a year? Didn't you see the sweater he's wearing? That's my hair, god damn it. Like, you're crazy. Like, but when you sit there, you try to tell people, like, yeah, we see what the hell these people, these so-called religious leaders, they're benefiting from your ignorance. You're paying them for a song and dance and a show. They're not bringing you anything. They're entertaining you. That's what they're doing. That's what
And
you're
they
paying.
like the entertainment. And they love the entertainment. That's why they don't see anything wrong with it. Because it's good to them. It feels good. It's a feel-good situation.
Feels good to be entertained, but hey, yo, you done gave all those thousands of dollars to the pastor and everything like that. Your mortgage is about to get, like, you know what I'm saying? Hey, man, I gave all that money up. Well, can you do something for me and my family? They're going to put us out in the streets. Well, maybe the Lord is putting you through this, and you need to learn a lesson in it. We'll be praying for you.
Right.
Now, mind you, I heard some stories about some churches where they've done just the opposite of that, and they've helped out. That's because those are good people. You know what I'm saying? It has nothing to do with their faith, and none of that stuff is because they looked at the situation and they saw, hey, I could do something about this, and they did something about it. You know what I'm saying? Let's call it what it is. Like I said, religions are a whole construct of an abusive relationship in itself. They're using people's gullibility against them. Because if you start asking questions, they're going to call you rebellious. Then they're going to say, well, you're questioning God. No, I'm questioning your ass. Pastor Jenkins, you know what I'm saying? I see First Lady got some new pearls on her neck right now.
Right.
We've been tied up for so long. We this church over here, you know what I'm saying? That we've been, been using their church for a long time. You say you've been raising money to build us our own church. Where's our church? Well, we got to continue to give to the building fund. Like, no. I've been doing some calculations because there's like 85 of us here, and we give 10% of all of our money. We done gave you damn near $1 million in 1 year already. That's enough to buy an already made church. What are you talking about? Where that money going to? Well, we got a rebellious one here. There's a demon in that
It's going
one.
in his pocket. That's where it's going.
For real, it's going in his pocket. That's what that is. Call shit what it is.
Right
And
about
if
that.
you don't like that, you don't like it, then guess what? You the rebellious one.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You done figured the trick out.
Blasphemy.
That's right. You're questioning God. Like, no, I'm questioning Pastor Jenkins.
Okay. I'm questioning Pastor Chicken Wing. No offense to the chicken eaters that's listening, but
I just like, you know what I'm saying? It's like
that
a lot,
is that's just a figure of speech, you know, that the pastor's only focusing on what he like and what he wants to do. And he's standing up there smacking and eating his food, standing up in the pulpit talking about God said and the Bible said, and it's there. And
And
don't
then
question
let's talk.
God, because you can't question God.
And let's talk about how they be preying on these young ones and then be sleeping with married women.
Yeah.
And then it's like, and then all these single women in the congregation, they can't find no good man. But every time a man do come through, he's like, "Hey yo, so like I've been all prayed up, everything like that, Pastor. I have my eyes on like, boy, you lustful." Meanwhile, he been smacking them cheeks for a good minute now. He ain't trying to get that up, even though he got a wife over here. You know what I'm saying? He got, you know what I'm saying? His wife know too.
That's
But
exactly what he be doing.
but she ain't mad at him. She mad at her. She the floozy. But he's
Yeah,
abusing his power. He's abusing his
exactly.
power. And it is what it is. And then they want to call the young girls fast. And it's like, no, slow her down. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Tell her to
Right.
hold up a second. Roll back.
Slow it down if
Because
since
she's
she's so fast.
Right.
real though. It's like, and you blame, and they always want to blame her. And then here's my funny thing. Oh, she took advantage of my weakness. Well, then that sounds like a personal problem, my dude. Then you need to work on that, don't you? How's she gonna?
She took advantage of me. Yeah, because you was over there at her house. That's how she took advantage of you, because you was at her house.
Man, no, you took advantage. You was preying on her. Yeah, that's what it is. You know what I'm saying? You should have directed her otherwise. Like, nope, that's not what we do here. Mm-mm.
No, that's not what they want. That's a gimme. The Lord has
Yeah,
provided.
yeah, for real. Well, let's go. Like I said, I'm one of those people that like calling shit what it is. And then you got that really sweet boy in the choir that you know damn well someone been doing something with. Like that boy has been doing. Like it's like everybody knows now. You know what I'm saying? But
Right.
he's always been that way. No, he ain't always been that way. He ain't always been like that. And you encouraging that shit. You know what I'm saying? And like, no, all them private meetings need to stop right now. You know what I'm talking about, them private meetings. Nah, we
Yeah.
ain't doing no more private meetings. You got something to say to him, say it in front of everybody. Fuck all that. That little private meeting shit, that's the reason why he's acting like that. Stop it. And it got him blaming himself and thinking that he's the one, you know what I'm saying? Because they use a psychological trick on them. Because there's certain things in a male's mechanics, you know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, you liked it. If you didn't like it, then this wouldn't have happened. Like, no, that's mechanics. That's a freaking that's how that works. That's how that
Right.
organ works. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Right.
Tell them it's their fault. They're the one that likes it. Nah, it don't work the same way with girls. You know what I'm saying? But there's an extra added deception in there, and then it's like, then there's that shame that goes along with it. You know what I'm saying? Well, if you tell on me, then you know what I'm saying, you're just gonna be admitting that you liked it.
Right.
And it's like it's fucked up. I'm glad I always been this strong because I had to convince one of my people one time, like, yo, no, you're not like that. My dude, this dude just took advantage, bro. That let me explain to you how anatomy works. You know what I'm saying? And that's not no. It's just the opposite, my dude.
They know what they be doing.
Of course they do. But like I said, and it's like everybody around there recognizes it, but they just sit there and they be like, but he give a good sermon, don't he?
Well, that's what this man was saying when he was younger, that priest Frank used to come to his house to take him out for ice cream. And while they're driving, the Catholic priest is sticking his hand in his shorts. And he told his mother he don't want to get ice cream with that man no more because he keeps touching on him. And he said his mother slapped him so hard he thought he peed on himself and said, "Don't you ever say that about Priest Frank. That's a good man. Don't you ever say that about him."
Bro.
She didn't even believe her son. 50 years later, now that he a grown man, him and some other adults are saying the same thing about the same Priest Frank. So even when you sometimes go to your parents, they don't believe you
And that's that toxic parent shit. It's like
because
it's
their trust is in the trust. The parents' trust was so much into the church.
and for
They love
me,
the
it's
church
like what
more
was
than
they
their
getting?
child.
What was they getting as a benefit from that relationship? Because basically, they must have been getting paid off somehow. They must have been getting paid off somehow. Some favors must have been done for them, or what have you. You know what I'm saying? Because there's no way if you
But the
really love
mom never
her.
even addressed it. She never even addressed Priest Frank. She slapped the son and told him he was lying. Don't ever say that again.
Mm-hmm.
So he was being molested every time Priest Frank came to the house to take him for ice cream. Even if he didn't want to go, he had to go.
Just feeding it like shit. Just feeding your children to the beast. Just feeding it to them. Hey, here you go. Eat this.
Mhm.
Take it.
Yeah.
But she was so caught up in her religion that when her son told her that, she had a meltdown. She couldn't believe her child because now it's conflicting in what her belief system is. So she was caught between.
Cognitive.
She had to choose between her child and her religion.
I'm gonna choose my child every single time. But then again, I never been really religious. Actually, I called my. I thought I was messing with them freaking Hebrew Israelites for a little while. I was like, until I found out, like, hold up a second. Nah, I can't do this. I know too much. I know
Well,
too
guess
much.
what? Because I was going to invite you Sunday to come on and live stream because we're going to have the Mighty Hebrew on, and he's going to talk about his experience being molested.
Seeing
And
that
then
that
he's going
shit
to.
right there. At least he's speaking on it because it's like they try to shame. They try to shame these like it's even more than what I'm saying with the girl because like it's really messed up that other females like really literally try to make it seem like they did it to themselves or they somehow invited it on themselves. It's like no, like no saying it ain't what she was wearing, it ain't how she was walking. You know what I'm saying? It ain't the friends who she was around. It ain't that she was doing drugs and nothing like that. When people do what they do, it's about power and control. It has
Mhm.
nothing to do with sex at all. Because if you follow a lot of the stuff that's happening, they don't even achieve their what do you call it? They don't even finish. They think that they're gonna
Right.
finish, but it was the accomplishment of hurting someone else, and that's about
Mhm.
power and control. It's
Mhm.
about taking something away from someone else. And this shit is like, nah, you didn't take shit. You know what I'm saying? You didn't take nothing, motherfucker. What you did was you just hurt somebody. That's it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's like that shit right there. There's a lot of self blame that happens in those situations. And it's like, nah, that shit ain't their fault. It's the motherfucker who came up with the idea to do something to them. It's their fault and their fault only.
Right.
And you know who else's fault it is? Whoever wasn't looking out for them. Whoever wasn't protecting them from people like that, who wasn't extra vigilant about having people around them and being too trusting, especially
Right.
when you start recognizing certain signs. You know,
Exactly. Yeah.
so that shit right there, like I said, one of the main things that's been happening a lot of the times is that you know that victim blaming shit, or excuse me, survivor blaming, because you know, say people that survived the shit, it's like, yo, they don't tell their stories because they think that someone's going to judge them or even. But it's the truth is, those motherfuckers that blame you, then they're suspect too. You should tell.
Mhm.
You should tell people what it is, and if they try to turn on you, Let them know straight to their face, hey, yo, you're one of them. You're,
Exactly.
you're
That's right.
just the same. You are just the same. Well, I've never done that. No, liar. You allowed it. You're the same. You're complicit in it. You are the same. Real deal, man. It's like, and, and like call shit what it is, because at the end of the day, like I said, I'm a reserve. That's who I hate. If I hate anybody, that's who I hate. I hate rapists and molesters. You know, say they put me on medication when I was in freaking kitty can jail, because I said, well, you know what? If I could and get away with it, I would kill every single last one of those molesters and rapists.
I feel the same way. Pedophilia, child molester, and rapist, they need to be. I don't want to say it on. Yeah, we know what they.
Slowly,
Mm-hmm.
slowly, slowly.
Yes,
Take your
slowly
time
roast
with it,
their ass. Mm-hmm.
for real. Painfully and slowly. I'm not apologizing for this. I mean every single word of it. I don't
Exactly.
care if you're sorry. No, no, no. I want to hear you screaming. I want to hear you scream how sorry you are.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck is wrong with y'all? No forgiveness over here.
Mm-mm.
None.
No, because a lot of them get away with it and they keep doing it and keep doing it.
A
Yep.
lot of them is law enforcement. A lot of them are law enforcement. Like
Yep.
over and over, we're finding out that these people
Mm-hmm.
are getting in positions of power just to abuse it.
Exactly.
They're getting close to children just to abuse them.
I know.
Come on now. Fuck. Like, yo, anybody that has that thought pattern, they gotta go.
Right.
Period.
There's no reform in that.
There
They
is no
gotta go.
reform in it. And slowly. Like, you know what I'm saying? The only reason why you won't be able to do it in public, because there's so many of them that justify it.
Exactly. Exactly. And that's why it keeps happening century after century. And we keep hearing these stories. These stories keep resurfacing. It keeps coming back because nothing is being done.
And that's why we keep finding trafficking rings. They call them rings because it takes a lot of people to conspire together to do this shit.
Yep.
I know.
Yep.
Yeah. Especially with the organ trafficking. Where they just found a young boy. Where was he? In Georgia, I think it was. In the woods with his organs out.
Bang, listen, and they're doing this shit, and I think I was just watching some shit talk about how like they grabbed the immigrant kids. Remember how all the immigrant kids just disappeared? They're like, oh, we don't know where they are. So what do you mean you don't know where they are? You had them in your custody, and now they're not in your custody. If they were prisoners, now mind you, we're talking about children. If they were prisoners and
Right.
you lost a whole bunch of prisoners that broke the law, you're saying you're locking them up because they committed a crime. All right, so let me explain another thing though. Borders are a thing that's made up by somebody's imagination also.
Right.
All right. When you read the definition for border, it says an imaginary line. Whose imagination?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Whose imagination? An imaginary line separating one place from the other. Okay.
Right.
So anyway, so you're gonna treat them like a criminal because they cross an imaginary line, and then they disappear. I mean, if they were actual criminals and they committed crimes, wouldn't you be kind of shook? Be like, you would tell everybody, hey, these criminals are loose and we don't know where they are. Everybody locked down in place.
Right.
Because that's what they do when a criminal escapes from death row, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a hunt for all. Why doesn't that happen when the child goes missing? Why aren't
Exactly.
all resources exhausted in order to find that child?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna tell you straight up and down because them motherfuckers is part of that shit. That's why they're the ones that's transporting them and making sure they get from one place to the other.
That's right. And they be in unmarked vans, unmarked cars, and the inside of the van or the inside of the car don't have handles to open the door or roll windows down,
I mean,
so
like
they
I
can
said,
never try and escape. But yeah, it's sad.
Well, who
me,
got
I'm
the
like,
darkest? Who got the darkest tint on their vehicles? Police.
True.
and they
So
got
they,
nerve to tell
your
you about
unmarked
how you
car
was.
can take away some runaway juvenile. We're gonna take him to juvie or whatever. Oh, we lost him. You know, was there a manhunt? Did you go find him? No, we did. We didn't search for him. Well, you know exactly where he is because you took him
Exactly.
there.
Mhm. I mean, I think it was a thing on Vice TV I was watching about specific officers. Dude just kept running up in this lady's house and raping her over and over again. And they're like, "Why didn't you report it?" She's like, "Because I couldn't believe the shit really happened, and then I couldn't believe he did it again." Like, you know what I'm saying? She was in denial, and then when they was questioning her, they're like, "Well, you sure you didn't just invite him in?" Like, I'm like, "What, motherfucker?" Listen,
Wow.
and they're talking to him like he's their buddy. Like, "Oh, well, she's making some accusations against you, buddy, pal, guy." You know what I'm saying? We know that there's these bitches be lying. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like we all know that they really want. Like, damn, bro. Like, you must be doing this shit too.
Yep.
Right.
Me, I would have been like, "Hey, you piece of shit. Did you fucking like just be honest right now?" You know what I'm saying? Be honest right now. I want to know. Just keep it real with me. You know what I'm saying? Or I might pull the snake route. Like, come on now. They be wanting it like that, right? Right. And as soon as he be like, "Yeah," it was like, "Motherfucker,
Yeah. Right.
knew it, you fucking piece of shit."
Right. Right.
Ah!
Come on now. Because, like, listen, man. These dudes, man, it ain't no stopping them either. Ain't no stopping them at all. Because, like, when they think that they're in their fucking company, they gonna reveal all. Because the worst part of, like, these motherfuckers, when they do shit, they want to brag about that shit. That's why they
Yeah, I
have these
know.
forums where they was in the like where they sit there and they talk about their shit that they do. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
With each other.
With each other. Right.
With each other. All you need to do is tap
Mhm.
into that shit, find out who's who, and hunt they bitch asses down. I guarantee you most of them is law enforcement.
Hmm.
Because to them it's a game. You know what I'm saying?
It is.
And they always choose soft targets. They're never gonna try the person that they know is, you know what I'm saying, most likely gonna rip their face off. They go for the one that when they jump at them, they kind of shrink down a little bit away. Now, oh, got a victim. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you've ever been around animals for a while, specifically dogs, if they lunge at you and you lunge back at them, there's going to be two things that's going to happen. They're either going to run back or they're going to attack. You have to be ready for
Right.
both.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You can't
Right.
bluff with them. You can't bluff with them. You better be ready to smack the fuck out of them. You know what I'm saying? And
Okay.
show them who's top dog. You know what I'm saying? Snatch him by their ear and twist that bitch and pull him down to the ground. Like, yo, shut the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? I'm the boss here. It's the same thing with humans. They buck at you and you flinch back and you, or they flinch at you like, bitch, what the fuck? Would you want to fight? Let's go. Man, and you better mean that shit because it's not a game.
That's right.
It's not a game. But like I said, that's how they choose the people they prey on.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
So it's like, yo, then don't stop being so good. You need to let them know that no, you'll meet harm here if you try me. I'm not gonna come at you. I'm not gonna come force to come and harm you. But if you come this way though, it might be the last thing you ever do. You better mean that shit if you say it.
Yeah. Well, some are starting to look at it. If I'm gonna die and I'm gonna die today, I'm gonna take you with me because you started this shit.
For real. No, you first. You first. And I'm gonna try to get away as fast as I can too. And without saying too much, that's why we need our own land. Because if someone come questioning me on my land about where so and so is, well, I think they went about that way. Come with me. We gonna go find them together.
Right.
And they probably won't come up off of that land either.
Yeah, I'm gonna know where all the rattlesnake nests are.
Yeah. More than that, like you in the South, so you understand that. Come on the property. Go ahead, go on that property if you want to. There are
Right.
laws. If you come on to somebody else's property, accosting them, and you're on their property, oh no, it's your fault. You started it. Even law enforcement, tell law enforcement, come on over here if you want to. No, sir, I don't think I will. I'll be staying right here. But if you pull something out on me now, I might have to defend myself. I'm not good. Like you need to know that. Like that's really what it is. That's why I said we need our own land.
Yeah.
Because I mean, we can't justify. I seen him down the street, and me and him don't like each other. He had threatened me before, so now I'm gonna go after him because I wasn't gonna take the chance of him threatening me. Now, mind you, it's different if he threatened me before, and now he's on my land threatening me. Now it's like, hey, he threatened me and he came on my land. I had to defend myself and my property and my family. There's a difference. Man, big difference.
Right.
And that's why those laws exist. You can't be the aggressor and then claim self-defense. Don't make no sense. And some of these hillbillies are just that dumb too. Like, oh, N-word, we don't want you around here. Oh, word, you don't like me? Come get me off this land. Come on. Come get me. Come get my N-word. Come get my N-word self. Come on. Come on. Come on.
Come on. Do what your ancestors did. Come on.
They pump the ass right on your property and be like, hey, oh no. He's upset and he's coming towards me. What am I going to do? And you can sit there and wait for the police. What happened?
For my life.
Well, about 20 feet back that way is my property line, and here where he's laying within my property, he was calling me names and stuff like that and said he was going to hurt me. I believed him, and I wasn't going to let him get past me to my family. So, depending on what type of officer you're dealing with, they're going to be like,
okay.
He's there looking at his buddy or his cousin.
Yep. That's his
He
buddy
mad.
or his cousin. Oh. Oh, now mind you, if that's his buddy or his cousin, he comes onto your land, well, you better not
No,
let them
what
pull
I'm
first.
saying is that you wait there for that cop. That cop show up, and depend on what kind of cop that is. Well, you never know, because
Right.
that could be his old school buddy, his old running mate, his daughter's boyfriend or his sister's baby daddy.
Sister's
Mm-hmm.
husband.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Dude,
So
his
so
brother cousin.
you
His
have to
brother
you
cousin.
still have to stay on guard, because that cop could be your enemy and you not know it.
Of course. Well, the profession itself came from overseers and slave
Of
captors, and
course.
you know what I'm saying, like the compulsory laws for every white man to be armed in certain states is like they made them a de facto militia, like basically, like, oh no, you need to make sure these N-words stay in line. I mean, we know we done freed them and everything, but you know what I'm saying, make sure they stay in their place
Right.
because it's your duty as a pink person, you know.
You're
And they
one of us.
actually believe that, and they actually believe that shit too. Just like they never abolished slavery; they just included your ass. Like you could be a slave too now. Now it's all inclusive. It doesn't matter what color you are. You can be one now too. Now you got to work for a living and be a wage slave, and if you don't pay, you'll be out in the street. You
Hmm.
better go work hard because that's the American way. America.
Right. Exactly. Exactly.
And it's funny too. Is feudalism is supposed to be against the law, but that's all we have here is feudalism. And what feudalism is, we're not supposed to be calling nobody no damn landlord. All right, a lord of the land. Like what? That's feudalism.
Hmm.
And it's so funny that these banks can get away with. They can't own the property, but they can give you the loan to get the property, and you have to pay them, or else they take it from you to sell it to someone else.
Mm-hmm. That's basically
Um,
how it goes.
Even if you own your property, you have to pay that property tax, unless you
Yep.
have a certain tax status that says that you don't have to pay that land tax.
Right. Right.
It's a whole game. You know what I'm saying? This whole monetary system is called fiat, which means false. It means fake.
Fake.
They tell you fiat. Fiat means false, fake. So they tell you even in the name, they just say it in a different language.
And they
You know?
know people is not gonna question the name, so they just go back with that flow.
That's another abusive relationship we talking about. You know what I'm saying? Almighty
Mm-hmm.
dollar. You know what I'm saying? The almighty dollar. Like that's not backed up by anything. So you mean to tell me that before, if I had a whole bag thing of receipts for my silver, because it was based on silver. Hey, here are my receipts. I want my silver. What silver? No. These right here. Well, you said that y'all were gonna hold the silver for us, and these were the receipts, so we didn't have to carry around all that metal because it's heavy and all that other stuff. So you unburdening me, but I want that burden right now. Give me my silver. I want my silver. Well, we ain't got no silver for you. What you talking about? No. This is supposed to be backed by silver, ain't it? So give me my silver. We'll go buy some silver at the. No. Y'all got the silver. Y'all said that the silver backs this dollar, doesn't it? That's what you said, right? So give me my shit. You're a crazy person. Get out of here. Got no silver for you. They ain't got enough silver. If everybody right now said and said, "Man, I want my precious metal instead of this piece of paper because this is a receipt. So give me my shit for my receipt." They're gonna be like, "Oh hell no, we ain't gonna. Oh no, mm-mm. Hell no, that's our shit." But they're gonna be like, "Well, we don't got it." What you mean we don't got it? Well, we owed some people, so we gave it to them.
That's the story.
And just imagine that shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's you're riding around on your bike or something. Like I'm gonna use like juvenile term. You're riding a bike, got a bike. You know what I'm saying? You're like, oh, hold my bike. I'll be back for it. You know what I'm saying? All right, well, I'm gonna give you a receipt for your bike. You can get your bike back. Will you give me back this receipt? All right, cool. So I'm gonna walk around the corner. I'm gonna come back and I want my bike back. All right. All right. When did what I had to do? Here's my receipt. Where's my bike? What bike? No, the bike that I just gave you because I was riding around and I told you to hold it for me for a second because I was going to go do something and I need to do it on foot. And you said you was going to hold it for me. You said you had to secure a place for it, right? You gave me this receipt. Here's my receipt. Give me my bike back. The motherfucker over there got my bike. Oh, yeah, well, we owed them, so we gave them your bike. So what do I get in return for this shit? You can go to the store with it, see what you can get with it.
Right. You could try your luck at the store.
Yeah.
I mean, they'll take it. You know what I'm saying? Because we got their bike too. You know what I'm saying? And we got a couple people's cars and shit. You know what I'm saying? Don't worry about it. Like, you know what I'm saying? If anything was to happen, we'll give it back to you. Don't worry about it. But what you mean? You told me I can't get it back right now. Oh yeah. So now if you want a bike, you're gonna have to get 10 more of those receipts. The fuck am I gonna get 10 more of these receipts from? It's called inflation, motherfucker. So you figure out a way to get 10 more. This whole fiat system is some bullshit. It's like if you read the laws on currency, it reads just like religious texts. They talk about the belief of the dollar, the belief in the dollar, and they have to maintain the belief of it. In order to believe something, you have to be lied. Like those say, there's a whole big lie in the middle of believe and belief. You cannot spell believe or belief without a big lie in the middle. There is no assurances on that shit. Period. There's no way to be sure. You're running on a debt right now. Who the fuck? How the hell you owe billions and trillions of dollars to other people? What have you been doing?
Yeah.
To owe this much?
It's like when we win. When you invest that money, we win. We don't see that money. But when you invest that money and lose, we got to pay that money.
Mm-hmm.
That makes no sense.
Oh yeah,
how come we don't get back? How come we don't get back when we win? You know, so all I hear is that we're losing. So you're making the bad investments, but we're losing, and nothing's coming out of your pocket. You seem to get richer by the year. Mm-hmm. Your wealth goes up, ours goes down.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Especially if you ain't never started with nothing in the first place, because you done stole it from me.
Yeah.
In the first place. Hey,
someone said us starting right after slavery. Someone said starting after slavery was like starting a Monopoly game without money.
Mm-hmm. Yep. As a pastor, the brother, yeah. What's really funny though is that even if you win money, let's say you go to the casino, you win money, the state says, "Hey, you just won a lot of money. We need our percentage on that." The fuck? I thought I won. My money is my money. I don't want it, right? I was gambling and I won. Oh no, we need our percentage. I mean, we could take the whole thing. You'll be lucky we allow you to get it.
Right.
Yeah, just we gonna take ours off the top. Here, have your money. And what they know people are gonna do is they're just gonna go spend it. They ain't even gonna invest shit. They're gonna go live that lifestyle that they swore was gonna make them happy, and then they're gonna find out real quick, like, damn, I ain't got this nice fucking car, this nice house, and all this other shit like that. But I still got the same fucking mentality that I did 2 days ago before I had this money. And all they're gonna do is spend, and ain't nothing making them no money. They ain't producing nothing, and they know that's the majority of people. What's funny is that when I post things on Facebook now, sometimes like I repost something and I get this, "You win, go to my profile," and then like I might leave a couple of those up and tag you in those shit so you can see them. But it's like, you think we all suckers here? Oh, you
Yeah,
won. Go to my profile.
I've got
Follow the
those
steps.
inboxes before in my inbox on the Facebook. It's looked like a scam from the first sentence when you read it. I won.
Right.
I won it, and you in my inbox telling me I won it. You ain't emailing me. You ain't even calling my phone. You on Facebook telling me that, and I ain't play nothing to win.
You win.
That's
Okay.
right.
They're counting on people's greed because the greedy are the most susceptible to be caught up in the scam. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I was watching this thing about a dude who the government was with him. They're like, "Hey, yo, let's show this guy all this gold, and I'm gonna get money out of him." Bet. I'll let you borrow the gold. Oh, he wants to test the gold. Go ahead, let him test that gold. I'm gonna tell this guy I'm gonna ship this gold to him. All right, then. Go ahead, go. We're gonna confirm everything. But then, like, oh, where's my gold? Well, since this country is so corrupt, we're gonna have to pay some more people. So send me some more money to pay these people, and they'll release it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Now, mind you, the gold is real. It just ain't his.
Mm-hmm.
And the government said, "Hey, yo, you gonna run the scam on this boy? Go ahead, go do you. Get him. I know you gonna spend the money with me. You're gonna split that money with me, right? All right, then go get him."
Right.
Dude flew all the way there, and the government was like, "Hell yeah, yo, let's borrow this gold real quick. We got a sucker real quick." He wants some gold, so we gonna show him some gold. Oh, is my gold on the way? You said you're sending it, right? It's coming. Yeah, it's coming. It's coming. It's in this country now, and they're holding it. And you got to give us some more money to get it there. Suck it the hell out of dude. He did it to more than one person. And then when he got caught, he was like, "Oh, I felt bad about it. I'll pay my little bit of money. Pay my little bit of money back." And this dude probably done scammed so much money out of people. You know what I'm saying? That little bit that he got caught for, they didn't catch him for the other stuff. Oh, here goes a little portion of what I stole. I feel so glad that I got caught because I was doing so bad. I was so wrong. I've atoned. I'll never do it again. Because with financial crimes, a lot of times when you rob people for thousands and thousands of dollars without violence, you get a slap on the wrist.
Yeah, and pay a fine.
Hey, fine.
Pay a fine
Now,
and everything's fine.
Exactly, and they ain't gonna ask you where's the rest of that money. We know you got a lot more money that you scammed out of people. They're not gonna ask that. They'd be like, "Man, just give us ours. Don't do that again." Oh yes, I promise I'll never scam anyone again. You believe me, right?
No.
Right.
No.
Yes, the same thing.
Mhm.
What
It's
Trump?
like the people.
What did Trump scam people out of? Trump scammed people out of $25 million. What did he have to pay back? 12
Mm-hmm.
plus whatever fines he had to pay. So he made off like a fat cat.
Uh-huh. Still made him a few million. Yo, the university thing was crazy too. That he actually had like a university that he was supposed to be doing.
Right.
So it's like, and then the university just went away. Where's the university? Oh, we don't talk about that. I think like was it him that was the stakes? He like that he was sitting there talking about signature stakes or some shit that he was gonna be doing, or
I
something like
think it
that with me.
was him. I think it was.
And then he had investors, and he never made them at all. Never
Right.
followed through.
Right.
And they sit there and
Nope.
they show you over and over again how these people scammed and lied. But it's like, but damn it, he tells the truth. Where?
Yeah.
Where did he tell the truth? Wasn't his like daddy a pimp or his granddaddy a pimp? And his father was a KKK member.
Yeah.
Also, like I said last time, my brother was on. Mercutio was there at a rally protesting against him, and them bastards was talking about some all lives matter while they was fighting him. He fighting them back and everything, but like, yo, are you serious? Are you serious? They say all lives matter while they jumping them. And you fighting them back.
Right.
Don't make no damn sense to me whatsoever. That's like, my house is on fire. Shit. I put this motherfucking fire out. Hey, my house is not on fire right now, but I need some water for my house too. You're being selfish right now by putting out that fire over there. You're taking away my water, even though my house is not in danger right now, and it's not burning down. But you know what? I don't think you should have any water, even though I can clearly see your house is burning down. But is it that bad? You always want to play a victim, don't you? You know what? More white people's houses burn down than black people's houses, so therefore all houses matter.
Right. Okay. Just like
You
that.
know?
Yeah, but see, there's one small difference. They get paid.
Mm-hmm.
They get paid.
If they have insurance. That's a
If
whole
they
nother
have
racket.
insurance, they get paid.
That's another racket right there too.
It
My
is.
goodness. If you ever try to cash in on your insurance, they're gonna find some way where you fucked up to where they don't have to pay you. But you stutter stepped that when you was on your way to paying one time, and you weren't sure on your feet all the way, so we can't honor that payment because you didn't step one foot over the other. You did a little shuffle, so we can't honor your claim. but I paid my shit. I've been paying it. This is what the insurance is for. Oh yeah, you have blue, like it says right here in the fine print. Those flames were not blue, sir. They were actually red and gold. And since they were red and gold and not blue, you only have blue fire insurance, which is from natural gas, so only natural gas. But it was a natural gas explosion. See, there you go. It was an explosion. It wasn't a fire now. Get out of here.
Get out of here.
Like they'll find any way to not pay your ass. You know what I'm saying? Like,
You're right about that.
Paid hundreds and thousands of dollars towards your shit to make sure. Just to make you right, not to make you freaking rich, but to get you right and whole. And you're like, I done paid way more than what it's gonna cost to fix this. And they're like, hey, buddy, that fine print that we wrote right there, it literally says "fuck you." Come get it in blood. And they mean that shit too.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, boy, you're just gonna have to sue us, huh? Oh, yeah. Good luck doing that. How can you afford anything? You've been paying all this insurance, and you got all your money wrapped up in it. And that's really how it goes. Like it's a whole. And I'm gonna tell you some shit. Like a lot of those freaking congressmen and what do you call it? Like Congress people and Senate people own insurance companies.
Yeah.
That's how they became millionaires in the private sector. All these insurance companies, and a lot of them are actually lawyers. So they know what they're doing when they screw you over. They know that they're lying to you and everything.
Yep.
So it's like,
Yep.
and they can legally snake their way just out of anything. Like, well, one day you said this, the next day you said that, and so what? Well, it's a proven fact that you're a liar. And there's no law against lying. And they're telling the truth too. There is no law against lying. Even if they lie under oath, but well, who's gonna, really penalize me for lying under oath when the jurists themselves, they're my buddy. We've been friends for a long time, and I got dirt on them. So if they ever try to come against me, I'm gonna make their life a living hell. Who do you think they're gonna side with? You, Mr. Righteous, or me, the one that got them bent over a barrel?
Right.
Who you think they're gonna help? And I have all this influence. So if they go against me, I'll just destroy their reputation. And they'll never work that job again if they help you. And that's what's happening. And that's how shit works. It's a whole bully gang, and that's what it is. It's all about who's the bigger bully.
And who could get away with it too.
I mean, they do shit right in front of your face and get away with it. Remember, that senator is a Republican. His private plane got caught. He rented his plane to somebody, and they found a whole bunch of drugs on this shit. In his shit. He's a conservative, pro-law, all this other stuff like that, but they found a whole bunch of drugs on this dude's freaking plane, and he was never investigated. I'm like, oh, well, yeah, it's my private plane and everything. No, you found drugs on it and everything, but I wasn't operating it. That's a lot of plausible deniability right there. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Meanwhile, if I let a friend go and borrow my car, he gets poked over with drugs in there, they're going to be like, we have a warrant for your house. We suspect you of freaking selling drugs. He's like, but hold up. I don't know what the hell he was doing. You know what I'm saying? I just let my friend borrow my car. Nope. We got to investigate you because it was your car that we found it in. How do we know it wasn't you? They don't get that same scrutiny. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because it would stand to reason. I could be lying about my friend borrowing my car. He could have sat there and lied and be like, nope, these ain't my drugs. This ain't even my car. This is his car. And he lives over there. You know what I'm saying? And meanwhile, It could be all his. You know what I'm saying? But just to get the heat off of him, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Might have a crooked cop cousin. You know what I'm saying? Hey, yo,
Right.
Throw some drugs in his backyard and say it was his, so I can get up off of these charges, bro. Come on, man. They got me, but they ain't really got me. I got someone that can fall instead of me. You think that don't happen all the time? Shit. Name one black person you know that owns one of these planes that's bringing these daggone trucks in.
No shit.
One black person. Yet they find freaking drugs in this guy's freaking plane, and they're like, well, sometimes just drugs get found on planes.
Wait a minute. Mitch McConnell owns a shipping company. One of his ships got found with
that's what I'm talking about.
$20 million or 20 tons of cocaine.
Exactly.
And what happened to him? Nothing.
That's what I'm talking about.
Nothing.
Not one, no scrutiny whatsoever. I already done told you, like, they put the drugs in our neighborhoods. You know what I'm saying? They told you that. Matter of fact, there was a law back in the day. Just like, okay, you could do that in the hood, but don't come to the suburbs with it. You'll come up missing. Try to sell in their neighborhood. Well, guess which neighborhood I was? Never mind. I would just say this. I was never in the hood. Never in the hood. Because guess who does more drugs than anybody else?
White folks.
You know that. You see this opioid crisis happening right now. And now it's a crisis, right?
Yeah.
And I just
It's a
learned some
crisis
shit.
now.
Like this fake stuff that they're bringing in from China. It's the Chinese people are selling these that gone. So
That's
what
right.
I'm trying to tell you, and it's just their revenge because there's a whole boxing wars about they were fighting the what was the European, I forget who they were fighting. They were like, we don't want your opium, get that shit the fuck up out of here, we don't want it. And they fought a whole war to not have just freaking these drugs in their freaking, what do you call it, in their communities, in their country. They didn't want it. And then they beat them and said, hey, you're going to take these drugs. So now, I guess this is their revenge because people are just ordering it online. They're like, oh, this is illegal. Oh, we're going to make China make it illegal. Like, oh, we'll just change the formula a little bit. Hey, you want to order this different formula? It's a different color.
And it has petroleum in it.
Like, seriously, and it's fucking these people up. But I know some people that have died just, you know what I'm saying? I didn't know that that's what they were into. Or somebody got some lace stuff and died off of just touching it.
Damn.
Yeah. Killing people out here. A lot of it, it's like, and the worst part about it is they become dependent on it. And they actually put, like, all right, so there are only two substances, and they're both legal. One's an over-the-counter medication, and the other one as alcohol. Those are the two things that if you become chemically dependent on, alcohol and benzoids, those two things, if you try to quit those things cold turkey, you will die. Dope itself, even though the come down will really suck, it really hurt, it'll be really bad, you're not going to die from it. But they're putting benzos into the fentanyl now. So not only is it more addictive, if you quit cold turkey, you will die. Whereas before, with the real dope, if you quit that shit, it would just suck. To try to quit, and it'll be a lot of pain. But now that they put the benzos in it, now you will die if you quit cold turkey. Wow. And what they're doing to people, like say they lock you up, they don't give you, they make you quit cold turkey if you get locked up if you committed a crime. You know what I'm saying? But do your time, you're done with your time. You're over your addiction. Now it's time for you to go out the door. It's like, wait, before you go out the door, we knew that you was addicted. So here's 2 shots in the prescription to make sure you can stay clean. Stay clean by giving me drugs?
That's right.
I'm going to stay clean. You already detoxed me, but now that I'm on my way out the door, you just put me back into the cycle of being addicted.
Exactly.
And that's what's happening right now. They're giving them, like, and literally that's the whole program. And they're trying to keep the door revolving. And you know what's even cheaper than those prescription drugs? Street drugs.
What? Yeah.
Street drugs. Street drugs are cheaper than the prescription ones. The real gateway drugs is the ones that the doctor writes you a prescription for.
Yeah.
That's the real gateway drug. But they trying to tell you that, no, weed. Weed, that nasty weed. Oh, my goodness. Oh, no, don't do that.
Yeah.
It's going to make you go off the deep end. I know people that's all they've ever done. Like this, they're not going to try nothing else. They're like, I don't want none of that hard stuff. I mean, because that was really a black thing back in the day, too. Like, stick to my alcohol and my weed, and that's it. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's that white boy stuff over there. You ain't doing none of that
right
over there. It's kind of an extreme. If you seen somebody doing a line, you're like, whoa, 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 whoa. You a crackhead. like, no, it ain't no damn crack. It's just a line. Like, nope. That's gonna end you up in. But I also know people that just do that too. It's like, oh, they do a little bit of coke and that's it. They ain't smoking no rocks. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But end of the day, like I said, they know. Some people have the addictive personality. Once they start, they don't stop. They can't. It's just like they become dependent. It's like a mental thing, or they're just like they're self-medicating to get away from something else and not facing the shit that's really fucking with them. You know what I'm saying? And then people are already shaming them because they're addled. So they're like, fuck it. This is the way that people see me, so this is what I'm gonna do. I mean, and then even when they get clean and they not on it no more, oh, remember when he was over there and she was over there and she used to do this, that, and the other? You know? And they will not let you forget it either. You know? Like, oh, that was a chapter in their life. Let that shit go. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know, there's shit probably something that you're doing right now that nobody really know about. But you keep it on the low. So nobody know about it, so they can't call you out and say you're a fucking hypocrite. You got your own vice. You the fucking kettle calling the pot black. Fuck out of here. And it makes it even harder when they're enabling people and they're saying, hey, we're gonna give them a nice safe space to do their drugs. We're gonna make sure that they don't die when they overdose. I'm serious.
That's hilarious.
No, I'm so serious. And they're talking about getting more of them. So my bike got stolen the other day. I had to go and track my bike down right where the addicts was at. And you're lucky I didn't know who the fuck took the shit. Because I just got my shit back. Yeah, I'm just going to be real with you. I have no sympathy. You take my shit, I'm going to break your shit. I'm going to break the hand that touched my shit. Because you knew it wasn't yours. Why the fuck is you touching shit that you know ain't yours?
Right.
I mean,
Like the hand that rocks the cradle.
that's something different. That was a crazy movie. If you ever watched that movie?
I
Oh
know.
yeah.
Yeah, I
Oh
did.
man.
I did. That movie was at the time it came out the talk of the town.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, because weren't there so many phone calls about a black man stole my child? Black man dissed my child.
But at the same time, don't they say we don't take care of our own? So why the fuck we stealing other people's kids?
Yeah.
That's the rumor, right? Black men don't take care of their children, right? Ain't that a damn lie?
It sure is, because we've been taking care of white people children for the damn longest.
Oh, that Charles Stewart shit happened here in Boston. They ran up into freaking Mission. It's still to this day people traumatized from that shit. They offered no apologies. You know what I'm saying? They smashed down people's doors. They, you know what I'm saying? People got evicted from their houses because of shit like that. And the police is the ones who did the shit. All because a white boy killed his wife. If his brother didn't snitch on him, they would have still been blaming the black community. But everybody was mad about that shit. Those N-words killed a pure, innocent white girl. You know? Whole time it was her own husband. You almost at 4 hours. You know that, right?
Yeah, I know. I was looking at that like, wow, we be going in on this live stream. I mean, could we save some breath for Saturday and Sunday?
Well, see, I still got a lot of shit to do. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, today was a whole full ass day. I mean, and I still have to get at my people about doing this planting thing. I gotta get the dirt so I can show the little ones how to plant this food. You know, I got
Right.
a bag full of seeds. Yeah, custom bag.
I know that's right. Teach them.
Bag full. Teach these babies, man. Then you can't take it from them. Right? What you mean? I can't? I can't do what? What I already did? What I already done did already? Oh, I can't. Yeah, get out my face.
Right. Right. Tell me.
I mean, this self-sustainability will be the biggest threat to the people who mean us harm. Because when it's like, if I don't need nothing from you, then why do I need to listen to you?
Right.
And
they know that.
That's another thing. And that's the reason why, like, a lot of times it's why you get isolated in an abusive relationship. They make sure that you don't have any other resources except through them. Through them. The only way that you have resources is you start to even think about producing something on your own. Oh no, stop that right now. Oh, you disrespecting me. Oh, you saying that I can't do for you? Saying I ain't doing good enough for you? Why you want your own? But I take care of you. You know?
Right.
But you say something to do something that they don't like, oh, well, I'm going to stop taking care of you then. You be like, fine, I'll take care of myself. Oh, no, you ain't taking care of yourself. I'll make sure you can't take care of yourself. And that's really what it is.
Yeah, and they do really try too. They step in it.
Yeah.
They step in it. You get somebody get on the broadcast and talk about how disparaging the black unemployment is. Sometimes that's cold. That means don't hire black people.
Why do we want to work for other people anyway?
Yeah.
I remember my second grade teacher saying to me, nobody's ever gonna want to hire you with that attitude. I'm like, who the fuck says I'm gonna work for somebody else?
Right.
Who says I'm gonna work for somebody else? I was already learning how my nana was already, like, you know, saying, doing her own business. The reason why I'm a designer to this day, because like she used to sit there and make the clothes and everything like that. And I just be, before I knew what my manners were, to be asking nicely for something that I wanted, I'd tell her what I want and she would make it for me. If we go to the fabric store, like, man, I want this, I want that, I want the other. I want you to make it reversible.
Right.
I want shorts, hat, and shorts. I want shorts, a hat, and a vest. All right? I want it all to be reversible. Let's do this now. And she'd be like, okay, baby. And she'd just do it. You know? It's like, yo, man, because producing for yourself is empowering. It's empowering.
Right.
People see that you've made something and they're like, hey, that's nice.
Right.
Make one for you for a fee.
Right.
Or we could barter. I learned bartering from my nana too. They ain't got no money, but they could trade me something that they got that I want.
That's right.
No money involved. Yeah, like I said, we have 4 hours. You want to call it quits? We're gonna make it 5.
You know what? You funny. Yeah, we could call it quits because I'm gonna be calling you Saturday morning to remind you for Saturday evening.
If I'm available, I got so much things I'm doing.
7:30, you'll be available. Sunday, 7:30, you'll be available.
If I am, I am. If I'm not, I'm not. I ain't gonna make no
Okay.
promise.
No problem. but I'm definitely gonna give you a reminder bell. A reminder
Right.
bell. But give thanks for your time and your energy, David and Will. I truly appreciate y'all. And I love live streaming, how we have these topics going on. We really, you know,
In
doing
it.
what we need to do. We're doing what we need to do. So
Right.
y'all have a blessed night because I do have to get up early in the morning and be out of here by 9. And we're gonna pick up Saturday and Sunday. Look at Will. He getting ready to start about he busy. I don't even want to hear it, Will. I don't even want to hear it. And David too. David be cooking at the time when he needs to be on live stream. He cooking, Will. He in
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
kitchen cooking. I said this live stream was put together for you, and you eat, and you in the kitchen cooking.
Yeah. Yeah.
You in the kitchen cooking.
I was forced to. You know
Who
how
you
I'm
was
he is.
cooking for?
same thing right now. I'm about to get that soup that I dropped. that I was able to save. Thank goodness. It was 2 different soups, but like they combine now. they together now.
Right.
All right then. So I'll talk to y'all later.
Okay.
Right. Peace and blessings.
Peace.
Peace. Bless up.